Good morning. Happy Thursday. I think it's Thursday. Well, happy day 2 of the Handmade Collective. I'm so happy that you're here. We had so much fun yesterday, and I see a lot of familiar names in the chat, so welcome back. I'm Bethany. I'm our Director of Marketing and Education here at Caterpillar, and these events are just so much fun. I mean, we had a great time yesterday. We had 3 amazing teachers yesterday. We had Kim from Quilter's Gym. We had Amy from Amaruna Designs. We had Jen from Jen Belknap. So we just had a great time yesterday. And by the way, if you missed yesterday's live stream, that's okay. I know life is busy, but if you missed it and you want to catch the replay, it is over on our YouTube channel. But I would wait and do that later, because we are going to hang out live here today for a few hours. I've got 3 more teachers lined up for you, plus some extra demos of extra products that we've got going on. Lots of fun stuff happening today. So stay tuned. 3 new teachers, 3 new topics that we didn't discuss yesterday. So more to learn. If you don't have your pen and paper ready, get ready for that, because you're going to want to take a lot of notes, especially with our very first session. I am so excited for you all to learn about this. I'm also got my pen and paper ready because I'm going to be taking notes from Casey as well. So anyways, we've got a lot to cover. I'm going to jump right in and let you know that today our partner for some of our videos is going to be with Laser Cut Quilt Kits, which I kind of mentioned a little bit yesterday. They have new seasonal designs that we have available on the Caterpillar website. I know Eric will drop a link to their collection that you can check out. I even got the sweetest email this morning from one of our elite members just thanking me for all of these events and the work that we put into it. And that meant the world to me to get that email this morning, because it is a lot of work and not enough sleep, but we just love giving back to the sewing community. How long will the replay be available? Our live stream events on our YouTube channel stay on our YouTube channel. So you could even go back and watch our March one that we did back in March. You could go back and watch the June one. And then obviously you're here for the September one. By the way, this is our last one of the year. I know it's a little sad, but we still have a lot more fun to do. So it's totally okay. Now, I would love for you all to let me know in the chat What was your favorite part if you tuned in yesterday? What was your favorite part? What was something that you took away from yesterday that you learned? I would love for you to share that in the chat because I learned some really cool things. I think one of the things that we all learned from Kim is the freezer paper trick for pressing and ironing when you're doing applique. So that was a really cool tip. But anybody else have anything that they took away from yesterday's from any of our teachers? Yep, Mary said Mary said learning more about paper piecing. Yes, Amy did a fantastic job yesterday of breaking down the steps of foundation paper piecing. Once you, like Stacy said too, great tips for FPP. Because yeah, she really broke it down and simplified it. And all those little things, you just do the same repetitive steps over and over to create foundation paper piecing. So she gave some great tips yesterday. Yeah, a lot of people are saying that. Well, good morning, everybody. I hope you're having a great day. Beautiful weather. I did see someone comment earlier. By the way, you guys log in. Some of you log in like 2 hours before we go live. You're so excited, which I love. But someone mentioned that they were tuning in from their RV in the mountains of Oregon, and they were working on some embroidery project while watching our live stream today in their RV. And that just sounds like the perfect setup. I used to have an RV when I lived in Florida. I loved it, loved going camping. So I kind of wish I was sitting there with you sewing. That sounds like so much fun. I'm here in my home studio here in Nashville, Tennessee. We had a little bit of a cooler start today. So I took the pups out for a walk before we got our day started. You're very welcome. Thank you for that. And by the way, Eric is still with me. He's behind the scenes, helping moderate the chat, answering your questions, dropping links. So if you see those coming from Caterpillar, Nook, and Notion, that is Eric. So be sure to say hi to Eric. Eric, we wouldn't be able to do all of this if he wasn't here helping us too. Marissa says how to use the lighting tools was great yesterday. I'm so glad you enjoyed that. I'm going to show you some more lighting tools today. Would you like to hear about today's special? We like to feature a special bundle. And if you didn't know, for the Handmade Collective, we curate exclusive event bundles just for these events. We make it different every time. And we have, how many do we have? Like eight bundles for the Handmade Collective. And so let me show those to you all real quick because they're all in one place, but I'm going to highlight one today. Love your lamp in the background. Thank you. That's my vintage Singer lamp. I have a friend that makes those, and I had to have one. I love it. It's the perfect backdrop for my sewing studio. But let me share my screen real quick. And I'm going to share this tab instead. Okay. So, and Eric's going to drop a link to this. Eric, by the way, if you go to shop now and click on Handmade Collective Bundle, that's where I am. So he can drop a link to this in the chat. But this is the landing page for all of our bundles that are exclusive for the Handmade Collective event. These are limited time. We don't do these all the time. And what we do is we create bundles based on feedback from you all of what you would like to see, things we haven't done before, and also like new product bundles and things like that. So we change it up. We change it up. And these bundles, when we do bundles, and we always have kind of set bundles on our website, but when we do bundles, they're always discounted because you're bundling multiple products together. So we're able to offer a little bit of a discount. So their bundles are always a little bit of a discount. So they're always a good deal. But for our event, we discounted them even more than normal. And if you are tuning in live, or if you registered, or if you are an elite member of the event, then you would have a discount code that you can use on top of these already discounted products. So Eric's going to pop up the Handmade 10 is the code for 10% off all of our Caterpillar products. These are for people who haven't registered for the event and are just tuning in live. You can use this code. If you registered for the event, you would have received a 15% off discount code in your email. So go check your email for that. And if you decided to do the elite experience of our event, then you would have a 20% off coupon code in your email. So be sure you're using your coupon codes on top of our already discounted bundles and prices. And by the way, these codes are good for all Caterpillar products, okay? So these are where all the bundles are. We talked about the mini bonus bundle yesterday with all the magnets and the clamps. Let's scroll down. Here's 4 more. We talked about the all-in sewing and quilting bundle. Keisha came on and shared that one. And then I talked about these two precision cutting bundles. They're the same bundle, but one is with our size 36 flip and fold, and the other one is with our size 48 flip and fold. So you can choose which size cutting mat, the smaller one or the bigger one. But these two bundles are great, and all of these bundles are still available. But I'm going to show you the Glow Classic bundle today. The Glow Classic bundle is with our classic light board, and it also includes the tote, which you saw a little bit of yesterday, and the glass mat, which we have talked about a little bit yesterday, but we're going to talk about it a lot more today. So this bundle, normally almost $300, is marked down 19%. Normally our bundles are only 5% off. These are 19% off. And then, like I said, you can use your corresponding discount code for either 10, 15, or 20% off of this bundle on top of that, which is fantastic. And by the way, all orders over $98 ship for free. All right, so let me pop back over here to this screen, and I'm going to show you the Glow Classic bundle. Are you guys ready? Which camera am I switching to? Here we go. Let me move this. You guys know what that is, right? That's my spin to win wheel that we'll talk about in a minute. All right, so this is our Glow Classic. This is our medium size light board. We have a mini, we have the classic, and the premiums are the same size. And then we have the ultra, which you saw a little bit yesterday. So this is like the perfect size. It's easy to take places with you, but it's also easy to set up and take down in your sewing space. And as you saw, I barely touched it and it came on. So it's right here. And normally you just lift up the mat, and it has 4 light settings. So it can get very bright. So if you're new here and new to Caterpillar and you've never seen one of our light boards before, this is our light board. What makes our light boards really unique, there's a few things. One is they're very thin, lightweight, nice and flat, easy to work with. You could sit this in your lap. You could sit it on a table. You could put it on an angled table if you're trying to sketch or draw or trace. And they do, like I said, have multiple light settings. This one starts at the brightest, and then it dims back down until it turns off. So you can choose how bright you want it to be. But what also sets our light boards apart is our cutting mats. We actually have a translucent self-healing cutting mat that fits edge to edge right on top of the light board. So yes, we do have a grid here. This is what? Almost 17 by 11 and a half by 17 is this grid range. But as you can see, the mat goes beyond that. So you can cut edge to edge, and you don't have to worry about cutting the actual light board underneath. This is such a nice mat. Now, this is a classic light board. Marissa, I'm going to answer that question in just a second. Hold on one second. But great question. So this mat is a little different than our previous mat with the basic. So what this means is all of our translucent mats that come with our light boards, because all of our light boards come with one of these mats, they all have like a slight, you probably can't even see it. Okay. My room is so bright with all my studio lights on, but just trust me, there's a texture here, and it's a very subtle texture, but that texture prevents this mat from sliding around. Once you kind of position it in place, it's not going to slide around. So when you go to cut anything, you don't have to worry about your mat slipping off of the light board. But one thing that we did when we made some updates from the basic to the classic light board, because this one just came out this past spring, is we added a little bit of that texture to the top in this cutting area. And what's so helpful with that, it's very subtle, but if you have paper or fabric or anything and you're trying to lay this out, you don't want your material sliding around while you're cutting it, correct? I mean, you want it to stay still. So to know that, like, I don't have to worry about any of that. Look, I clearly need a new rotary blade in my rotary cutter. There we go. There we go. But yeah, it doesn't move around. It helps it stay nice and flat and gives you a little bit of a grip, especially for like papers and things like that too. So I love that we added a little bit of the grippy to the gridded area of the top of the mats, just like we have on the bottom of the mats. So that's an upgrade to our classic light board that I absolutely love. We also have it plugged in. So I want to call out that this is the classic light board. It does have to be plugged in to use it, which is totally fine. It's like I said, it gets so bright. Even in my studio, it is so bright. I've never been in a position where I've said I had too much light, and this is even in the studio, I like having it on the brightest setting. So this is what comes in the classic bundle, but you're also going to get, as Marissa was just asking about, in this bundle, our tempered glass mat. Okay, so I don't know if you could hear that. This is a tempered glass mat. This glass mat can be used on top of this light board. You can use it right on top of this mat if you want, but then you have like double grid. So if you want to, you can take this. Whoop, didn't mean to hit that. You can take that off, set this right over the lighted area, and now you just have one grid, and you can use it just like we did before. Now, here's the thing. Why would you want a tempered glass mat? Okay. We're not going to cut on the glass mat. I think that was one of the questions yesterday is, can you cut on the glass mat? Technically, I could, but it will dull your blade and it'll leave scratches on your glass. So ideally, you want to cut on the mat that I just had on here. And this is great for so many other things. So we're not going to cut on the glass. We try to avoid that. Also, the glass is slippery. You're not going to get that straight cut like you would on the regular mat that has the grip, right? So you don't really want to cut on this because you're not going to get a straight and clean cut. So what I like to do with this is use my iron. And I don't think I brought my iron in here with me today, but if you have like one of those mini Aliso irons or craft iron, or even your full-size iron, you can press right on top of this. I do not leave my iron sitting on it, but it's okay to iron on it. It is a tempered glass mat. Think of it like this. You know the top of your glass stovetops? That's tempered glass just like this. And the whole purpose of that is to disperse the heat evenly. So what this does is it disperses the heat evenly. So as you press your applique and you're fusing, or if you're pressing your foundation paper piece seams, which I like to do on this, you're going to get the crispiest press because this is glass. There's no cushion. There's no squish in an ironing board or a wool mat. It is very firm. You're getting a nice clean press. It's very helpful when you're doing applique, because a lot of applique you're using templates. So you could put your template here, or you could put your template up underneath and then lay your fabric and lay out your applique pieces and press them down. You're going to see a demonstration of that later today with one of our laser cut quilt kits of exactly how to use this glass mat, but I absolutely love it. The glass mat cannot be used on which light board to avoid overheating? Linda, great question. The glass mat, let me grab it real quick. Hold on. The glass mat can be used on any of our light boards except the mini. And that is because the mini is smaller than the glass mat. Okay. So if the glass mat is bigger than the light board, please don't put it on it. So this is the only light board you can't use it on, and that's the mini. Okay. We need the glass to be this size to evenly disperse the heat. It also has little silicone, like rubbery feet right here that are clear, and it's on all four corners. These feet are imperative because it gives it just a little bit of a lift, a little bit of a gap between the light board and the glass so that the heat disperses out and not through to the light board. Obviously, if we were to put it over this one, those feet, it's going to sit right on top of this, and it would be transfer the heat to this and mess up your light board. So if you are looking to get a glass mat and you have this mini light board, just set this next to it. You can set it next to it. Just don't set it on top. Okay. But if you want to use the glass over a light board, you can use it on any of our other light boards except for the mini. So that was a great question, Linda, and I appreciate you calling that out. And I love the glass mat. I really like using it on our Ultra as well, which we kind of talked about yesterday, and you'll see that again today because the Ultra is double the size of this light board. So I can put the glass mat on one side and a cutting mat on the other side, and have a cutting and pressing station side by side. It's the ultimate setup. But for this bundle today, you're going to get the classic light board, which I have right here, which includes, where did that mat go? I just had it. Here we go. I keep moving stuff around. It includes the translucent cutting mat. It includes the glass mat, and it includes one more thing because we want to keep all of these things safe when we're not using them or when we're taking them on the go. And that is the tote. This is the classic tote, the tote that will fit all of these tools in it. Gwinnetta, I will answer that in just one second. So this is the tote. Thank you for asking. There's a pocket here. This is where you can put your power cord or your magnets or other tools that you want to have there. You've got handles on both sides. You've got a pocket right here in the front. This is great for putting your project pieces, your pattern pieces, any rulers. Then the inside pocket is completely padded. So you can put both the light board, your cutting mat, and your glass mat all in here and keep it nice and safe. It's got a long strap with a shoulder piece for it. And it's got this little strap right here. So if you've got a suitcase and you're taking it to go with you, you can put this over that suitcase handlebar that comes up, and then it can sit there. So it keeps it all nice and safe. I like to keep my glass mat and light boards in this when I'm not using them. And then it's got these nice little like rubber feet. So you can just stand it up and slide it into the corner between some shelves or a bookcase, or you can keep it flat. It's totally up to you. Your flip and folds will also fit in this too. So it's a nice, good size. I love our totes. So in the classic bundle, you get the tote, you get the cutting mat, you get the glass mat, and you get the classic light board. This is the perfect setup for anyone who doesn't have a light board yet and is really into applique, foundation paper piecing, any of those types of projects. Quick question to answer the difference between the classic and the premium. The premium is battery operated and rechargeable. The classic is not. The classic has to stay plugged in. The premium is rechargeable and can be unplugged and used without being tethered to a cord. Our premium, our original premium, and our premium 2, both are the only two that do not have to be plugged in to be used if they're charged. So that's the key difference there between those two. So if that is something that you're like, I want to be able to sit in the car and use it, or I want to be able to sit in the living room with my family and work on a project in my comfy chair. I like to sit in my recliner and do like the diamond art on that one. So I don't want to be tethered to a cord. So I'll take my premium in the living room with me. So it just depends on your space and how you want to use it. But if you don't mind having a cord to plug in, then the classic is a great option as well. And it's on sale today and throughout this event if you want to go grab it. All right. I'm going to pause there for the questions. We're going to talk about these products again later today. So please, Eric's going to note any questions that I need to answer later in regards to that. But I only have a few more minutes before I bring in our first guest. And I wanted to share a video. We have 3 videos today from Laser Cut Quilt Kits. I wanted to share the first one because Diana, who does a lot of their teaching, she filmed some videos for us, which we're so grateful for, so that you all could see just how their kits work so well with our products. They use our products all the time. This is why it's such a good partnership for us. I'm going to show you a video of the products that she likes to use. And then I'm also going to show you real quick. Let me share this screen. So if you go to our website, can you guys hear me okay? Eric, give me a thumbs up. Okay, I just got a little pop-up. So I just wanted to make sure that we're still good. So if you search for Laser Cut Quilt Kits, which Eric can drop a link in the chat to this, you can also find them over here. They've got their own category. We have all new designs on our website. We took off the old ones. We have all new ones. And I have to tell you, they're so good. By the way, remember Amy, who taught yesterday the foundation paper piecing with Emma Rooney Designs? This Be Kind one, this first one right here, is one of her designs. So I love that she's partnered with Laser Cut Quilt Kits, and this is one of hers. They've got this adorable snowman. There's a new version of the Hello Honey Sunshine. This Holy Ganesha, this is another one that's really popular for them. Then they have some fun saying ones, like I like to party, and by party I mean stay home and sew, which I think a lot of us can relate to. Measure once, cuss twice. I love that. This is another new holiday one with the deer. It's absolutely stunning. You'll see one sewn up later today. Just so happy. I think I need this one like hanging behind me in my studio. It's not messy. I just have everything on display. Love that one. So all of these are like wall hanging size. They're smaller projects, quicker projects, really easy to do. This one right here is a new one. This one's called Persnickety. It is, I believe, 80 by 80. It is a big quilt, and it is all of these little roses and flowers and leaves are all pre-cut for you. And that's what's so amazing about Laser Cut Quilt Kits. So they're going to show you these samples later today in a video, but I wanted to bring Diana on to show you why she loves our products and how they make it easier for her to use the Laser Cut Quilt Kits and do applique.
Anna with Laser Cut Quilts. I'm going to show you a few of my favorite products that I use when I am doing applique. And those are Caterpillar products. This is the light table. Let me show it without. Here's the light table. This has 3 settings so that you can set it where you want. I use the brightest. This is the biggest one they make. I use this one because we're using this a lot in our company. And so the big one helps a lot. They also just came out with one we love that you can actually charge. This is it. And this one you can actually charge. It's a little smaller and it does fit one piece of the glass. So you can get online and check out all their products that they offer. Here's my other great thing. They have something called tempered glass. Tempered glass means I can iron right on this. You don't want to ever use your light box and iron on it. You have to have tempered glass. Another one of my favorite products are the magnet disc, and this is them. And they have an adhesive on it if you want to stick them down permanently. I don't stick them down because I want to be able to move them around underneath my box where my fabric is. The next thing I like is the magnets that go with it. And these come in a set of 6. These come in a set of 2. I have 2 sets of these and 1 set of the magnets. Let me show you what the magnets do. I can actually put my pattern down and my fabric down, and that will hold into place with that magnet. So I can use that to hold my fabric and my paper in place while I'm ironing down my pieces. So those are my favorite. Caterpillar, I love it. Can't imagine doing it without this. They have great products. They have a lot of other products. Check out their website. I think you'll find some pretty cool things.
All right. Diana, we love Diana over at Laser Cut Quilt Kits. And we've, like she said, our products work so well with these kits, which is why we partnered with them earlier this year. We had so much fun doing some of their other kits, and now we have all new ones, and I don't have any yet. I'm so excited to get some because I love quick, fun projects. We were talking about that yesterday in our Elite Zoom, how sometimes it's fun to just have a quick, fun project you can turn around really quickly in between some of those longer, harder projects that take a little more time. So it's just a good balance, right? All right. So I think before I bring Casey on to kick off our very first teaching session today, I'm going to do a spin to win. Who wants a spin to win? I think it's time to give away some products. So let's get the energy up. If you would like a spin to win, let me know in the chat, and then we'll get going. All right. What are we spinning for today? Oh, wait. Oh, my goodness. There it is. Oh, it stopped on Flex Light. Yay. Why do I even bother spinning? We're going to do a Flex Light giveaway to kick off today. And I'm really excited about today. So I know you guys are too. So let's talk real quick. We are going to do a quick question and someone's going to win this Flex Light. And if you're new here, you missed yesterday, I'm going to give you a quick rundown of how this works. Okay. I'm going to ask a question. I'm going to tell you a number to put in the chat. You're going to put that number in the chat as many times as you want. Flood the chat. Eric's going to literally close his eyes, scroll up and down with his mouse, stop, and whichever name it lands on, it'll pop up on screen and you will have won the Flex Light. But then you're going to have to email me to let me know that you won so I know where to send it, okay? All right, if you guys are ready, today is day 2 of the Handmade Collective, so just put the number 2 in the chat. Keeping it simple to get us started. Put the number 2 in the chat if you would like to win the Flex Light. If you don't know what the Flex Light is, let me grab one. Let's see here. Here's one. I've got a few in my little secret drawer over there. This is our Flex Light. You probably saw Keisha talk about it yesterday. I know several of our teachers were using it yesterday. This is a Flex Light that you can put on a sewing machine. You can put it in so many different places. It comes with a little cradle and some little Velcro to put on your machine. It's very bright. It's got multiple settings. This makes it so helpful with like threading needles or being able to see your whole sewing space. I like to put mine on the edge of the machine so when I have my extension table out, I can see more out that way. But you can put it anywhere. So this is what I'm going to give away. This is one of our most popular products. It's small, but it's mighty. So Eric, when you're ready, pick a winner at random to win a Flex Light. And he's going to pop it up on the screen. There we go. Carrie Dwyer. Carrie Dwyer, congratulations. You won a Flex Light. Eric, if you could do me a favor and pop up our support email address on the screen so Carrie knows where to send me an email. So Carrie, if you could, send an email to support@cutterpillar.com. I need your first and last name, your mailing address, and please put in the email what you won. You won a Flex Light because I have a team on the back end that will make sure that gets sent out to you. If you don't tell them, they won't know. Okay, so email us, name, mailing address, and that you want a Flex Light, and we'll get that sent off to you. So thank you so much for playing. Don't worry, this is the first of many spin to wins today. I have many more up my sleeve. And as you can see, I'm kind of manipulating it. Yesterday, it stopped on like the same two things. So we'll kind of play with it a little bit. But it is time for our first teacher. Are you guys ready for Casey with Sew and Sew Quilting? I'm so excited for y'all to meet her. So I'm going to bring her to stage. Give me 1 second.
Hi.
Hello. Let me switch some cameras around real quick so everybody can see you. There you go. All right. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. So Casey's,
so
I know, I'm so excited you're here. Casey is the sweetest, and she's with Sew and Sew Quilting, and she designs beautiful quilts like the new one that she just released behind her called Postmark. I got the pattern and I've already bought all the fabric. I cannot wait to make it. But today she's going to show us 3 different ways to do binding and elevate your quilt and have fun with binding. I know a lot of people are scared to do binding. And so she's going to show us some fun ways. And I know I'm going to probably be implementing some of these techniques very soon in my future projects. So Casey, I'm going to turn it over to you because I know you have a lot to show them, but feel free to holler at me if you need anything. Okay.
Hey, awesome. Thanks, Bethany. Okay, like she said, my name's Casey. I am a quilt pattern designer and writer for my company is So and So Quilting Co. And a lot of my brand is very like neutral, more earthy colors, things like that. And so for me, it's kind of fun to add a pop of binding because I don't use a lot of busy fabric. And the other thing too, like, I don't know if any of you are like this, but I buy all the fabric for my quilt and I forget to buy binding fabric because I'm like, I'll do that later. So I don't buy binding fabric. So I get to the end and I'm like, oh shoot, I need to bind this quilt and I don't want to order more fabric. I mean, I always want to order more, but I probably shouldn't. And so I have just tried to think of different ways to do it. So there's like a typical scrappy binding, which you've probably seen before. I'm going to show you an elevated way to do a scrappy binding. And there's a few different ways to do that. And so I just have a lot of fun thinking of different ways to do binding. So I will get started. The first one I'm going to teach is a candy cane binding. So this is a quilt pattern I came out with a couple years ago. This is called Urban Pine. I don't know if you can see it. I can't get quite tall enough. But if you can see, there's a lot of negative space on here. And that's how I like negative spaces. I'm not saying it as a bad thing, but it is kind of fun to just add a little pop. So I had the idea to do a candy cane binding, and I was so happy with how it turned out. So I just did a little pop of red with that. So I'm going to show you how I did that. Let me fold this guy up. And all these patterns that you see today, all the patterns on my website are on sale for 15% off with the code Handmade. So you can, any of these that you see, if you like them, you can do that and implement these techniques. All right, so we're going to flip down to this other camera here. So For the candy cane binding, you're going to want to start with 2.5-inch strips of fabric. Actually, you know what? The fun thing about this is it doesn't have to be 2.5 inches. If you wanted to do like a thicker red, strip and then a thinner white one, or if you wanted to do 3 colors, like it is so versatile. So you're going to take your strips of fabric, mine are 2.5 inches. And then let me show you if you want to switch the camera to this one down here. So I've got my flip and fold. I use this all the time. This is my favorite thing to use. And it's so good for binding because it opens up so wide, which I'll show you that in a minute. So here's my mat. The way that you're going to want to sew these strips together is you're going to want to leave about a 1.5-inch gap. So can you guys see that? So you're going to offset about 1.5 inches. So you're going to sew this all the way along this edge, just like that. So all the way down. And then when you get your next strip, so you'll open this up, they're going to be offset, and then you'll just keep going 1.5 inches down. So let me show you what that looks like here. Okay, so once you have it all sewn together, here's what it looks like. See how it's like stair steps. It's like stair steps down there. So that's what it looks like. The reason to do this is like you could sew them all straight together, but you're going to waste a lot of fabric. So it helps a lot to do this. And one thing I should mention too, this technique does get a little stretchy. So it is helpful to spray it beforehand, just to help minimize that stretching. So here we have this. So now what we're going to do is we're going to put this on our mat. I have 8 strips here. I am pretty sure that when I did my urban pine quilt over there, I think I did 10 strips. Okay, so you're going to want let me take this thing off. You're going to want a ruler that has the markings on it. Like this one has a 60, 45, and 30, which I think a lot of them do. So you want a ruler that has the markings on it. And what you're going to do with that, I usually do 45, but if you want a little sharper of a diagonal, you can do the 30, but I'm going to do the 45 today. So I'm just going to straighten out my my strips, and then I'm going to put my ruler on diagonally, and I'm going to go as far over as I can without catching any of the selvage. Is that close enough? I hope that you guys can see this. So we're going to line the bottom up. I'm left-handed too. So if you're right-handed, this will all be swapped. I'm so sorry. I know that's frustrating. Unless you're left-handed, then it's helpful. Okay, so I am just going to cut the selvage off. So keep that 45-degree line lined up with the bottom here. I'm just going to cut and trim that. So now here's what we're left with. So I'm just going to flip it. And then you're going to use your ruler. And I like to cut my binding at 2.5 inches. So I'm going to line the edge, the nice fresh edge that I just cut off with the 2.5-inch line. And again, this can get a little stretchy, so you just kind of have to be patient with it. But once you have it lined up with the 2.5-inch mark, then you're just going to cut your strips. And they're going to look like this. So I'll cut a couple of those. And again, it gets a little tricky with that stretch, but don't let that discourage you. It'll be fine. It always comes together, right? So now that we have, you're just going to want to cut the whole thing with 2.5-inch strips. And then what you're going to do is you're going to sew these together. And when you sew together, you're going to want to overlap the corners. It's just like doing any triangles, diamonds, whatever. You're going to want to overlap the corners. That might be kind of tiny to see, so I'm sorry, but you're going to want to overlap the corners by about 1/4 of an inch. And let me show you. I'll flip this over here. All right, so you're just gonna sew with a 1/4 inch seam. And again, keeping those corners overlapped a bit. Okay, and then when you unfold it, it lines up perfectly, as long as you overlap those corners. So now we're gonna come back over here. Sorry, I hope nobody gets motion sick like I do. Okay, so now what we're gonna do is just press it in half like you normally do for your binding. So I have this cutting mat. This one, we're actually doing a giveaway for this pressing mat. I'm sorry, for this pressing mat today. And I love it. I usually just keep my cutting mat on half of it and then I press on the other half. But I'll just move over here so that I can show the camera. But it's a great setup, honestly, to have like a foldable cutting mat and then a long pressing mat. It's awesome. So I'm just going to press along here. And one question that I have had about this is people have asked if it's really tricky to have so many different or so many seams. And if it's hard when you're going around the corners of your quilt. And I have never had that issue. I kind of am just, I'm not a perfectionist. So I just kind of fudge it until it works. And I've never had an issue with it being too bulky. Okay, so here's what we have now. We have this cute little candy cane binding. So then if we are, I'm going to sew it onto our fabric. So I usually, my favorite way is to sew the binding onto the back of the quilt and then flip it over and sew to the front. Because then you can control what the seam looks like along that edge. The back might look a little wonky, which, like I said, I'm not too much of a perfectionist, but at least the front looks good, you know? And when I am attaching binding, my favorite foot to use is this 1/4 inch foot with a guide. So if you can see there's this little guide on the edge, and it just keeps your binding on super straight. So I'll just show just a little bit of how I do that. And just make sure that your needle is in the correct position, because that it's actually like a 1/4 inch, because mine is super far over and I have to move my needle really far to the right for it to be a 1/4 inch. But so I'm going to sew this onto the back, and I'll just show a little bit. Okay, so there's that. And then I'm going to flip this over to the front and then just top stitch. And I do switch to a lot of times I'll use my walking foot, but for today I'll just use a regular one. The foot with the guide does get in the way if you're not using it as a guide. So I just lined this up on the very edge. Again, this is on the front of my quilt. And I always forget that my needle is all the way to the right. So if I remember, it's a good day. All right, so Just flip it over and there it is. There's the candy cane binding. And yeah, it's just really fun. And like I said, you can use whatever you want. I've done other quilts, like a springtime quilt, and I've just done different colors. And I need a different name for it. I mean, I feel like the candy cane is great, but if you're going to use it other times of year, you know, you're not going to want like a candy cane binding, like red and white on a springtime quilt. But you can use any colors, you can use as many as you want. And it's just such a fun way to add a little pop.
Casey, it's so good. It's so good. I just have to share. There's not questions. It's just everybody's inspired. You've been teaching for less than 15 minutes. You've already shown us one technique, and everybody's like, I can see myself doing that, or I'm a beginner quilter, and you make this like feel easy to do. Want to do this on my next Christmas quilt. What was another one I just saw? It opens up so many options for binding with colors for fun. So I want to try this with a rainbow border. It's so fun. And it is easy, just knowing how to do it. And by the way, we put a link in the chat to your blog post that we have on our website. There is a download that Casey provided. It's a beautiful download, walks you through how to do all of these steps. So be sure you go over to that link. We'll put it a few more times while she's teaching, so you can save it and be able to download and do this later. But everybody's just like amazed already. So what are you showing us next? What's the next technique?
Okay, so the next one, and I'm glad that Bethany brought up that download, because it does have like some supplemental tips for this. It walks through a little bit of how to do it. So yes, be sure to check that out because it's hard to remember everything. All right, so for our next one, we are gonna do, let me flip this back here. Okay, so our next technique is a scalloped binding. And I know maybe you've seen those before, and it might look really intimidating. And I get that. But the good thing is I have stayed up late lots of nights trying to figure out how to do this. And then once I figured it out, this was months ago, but once I figured it out, then it wasn't so intimidating. But here's the scalloped binding.
And by the way, there's a beautiful photo of this exact quilt on that blog post too. This is the technique I'm so excited to learn, because I've always wanted to do a scalloped binding and a scalloped edge to a quilt. So I'm going to hand it over to you. I just wanted to share all the positive feedback from the first one.
Oh, thank you guys. That's so nice. So this is my Timber and Glow quilt. This is the fat quarter version, but there's also a yardage version. But you can see here, I did a very, like, it's just so cute. I feel like it just elevates it so much to add a scallop. So for when you're doing a scalloped binding, there's a few different tips that I have. So I included on that download that Bethany was talking about, I included a link for a template that you can cut out. And it's really helpful to cut it out and put it on some cardboard, like something a little bit thicker that you can trace around. So here's what it looks like. And it's going to be a different size for every quilt. I think that my Timber and Glow it's like 63 inches or 64 or something like that. So if you want to do it on another quilt, you just want to see how long each of the sides are and just divide it by an even number. And then you can make your own template. And you can also use the size of the blocks. That's what I did for this one, because the size of the blocks are actually 21 inches. So I made mine 10.5 inches. So anyway, yeah, so that's how you can kind of figure it out. So here's that. My other tip, actually, before I get to that, let me just show you how to do this. So let me cut this out really quickly. I don't have any cardboard, but for today, this will be, just so you know, when you're doing it, it'll be much easier. Oh, sorry. It'll be much easier if you have some cardboard. So I'm just cutting this out, and I made a Halloween version of my Timber and Glow. I've been holding on to the fabric for a while, and I was really excited to make it. So let me grab that. And I don't have this quilted, but I'm going to show you as if it is quilted, like what I would do. Okay, so here we have our quilt top. And you're just going to want to start at the edge and line up the top, like where the curve is, with the edge of your quilt. So the corner is on this side and the curve is up on the top. And you want to bring it all the way to the edge. I'll show you how to do the corners because I think that was the trickiest part for me. But you're going to take a washable pen, just from any craft store, and you are going to just draw along here. And like I said, with the cardboard, it would be a lot easier. Okay, so I have that, and then you're gonna just keep on going all the way across. And when you get to a corner, so you kind of get the idea there. I don't know if you can see those blue lines, but they are you just draw them all the way across. When you get to a corner, what you're gonna do is you're just going to overlap them. So I'm going to do the same thing where I line up the curve with the edge of the quilt and line up the corner over here with the side, and then draw a line again. And then you'll go all the way around. So then if you see here, they overlap. They overlap right there. And you're just going to cut around there. So it just kind of, and you can even out the curve a little bit, but you're going to cut off those overlapping pieces. So you'll just cut all along this line. And again, that's the trickiest part, I feel, is the corners. So that's how you're going to do that. I hope, does that make sense? How to trace that on there? So then,
no, that makes sense. And I actually have a question for you. Do you do this step on just the quilt top before you quilt it, or do you quilt the whole quilt and then trim it down?
Sorry. So this, yes, I would be doing this after it's quilted. Don't do it before.
Okay. I thought so, but then I was like, well, maybe she's got a different method.
No. Yes. So have your quilted, have the batting and the backing on there, have it all quilted, and then do this. Yes. Don't do this on the quilt top.
Hey, Casey, is it okay if we switch your audio to your computer, the other one, and mute your phone, just because the phone's kind of crackling?
Yes. Let me.
There you go.
Okay. Oh, do you hear?
Just turn the volume all the way down.
Hear a lot of crackling. Let me turn my audio on here. Sorry.
There you go.
Is that better?
I think so.
Okay. I heard the crackling, but I didn't realize it was from my end. So I apologize.
That's okay. This will work. We'll pivot. All right. Keep going. I just wanted to ask that question about quilting at first. So what she's saying is you'll make your quilt top and you'll get your batting and your backing and you'll quilt the whole thing. And once it's done being quilted, then you would trace it and cut your edges before you bind it.
Exactly. Yeah. Okay. I wasn't prepared. I thought I could do everything and I just didn't get to quilting it. But yes, that is what you do. You do it after the quilting, and then you're going to use some good fabric scissors and you're going to cut just right along the blue line. And it feels very scary, I will say, to do that. But then once it's all cut out and you see those scallops, you just take a big breath of relief because you did it. And so once you have that, so I have a little just, I made a little scalloped piece here. So my favorite tip for doing this type of binding, and maybe this is cheating, but I love to use the Bessie Pearl pre-made bias binding. It is the best. And like I said before, I like to kind of use what I have when I get to the end of a quilt. But for scalped binding, I do like to treat myself to this. And she has so many good options too. And I just like to keep some striped ones on hand because I just think they are so cute and they go with everything. So it is a non-negotiable to use a scalloped or to use a bias binding when you're doing a scalloped edge. And that's because if you see here, it's like pretty stretchy. Whereas regular binding, if you're just doing regular 2.5-inch binding, it is not stretchy, which is great if your edges are flat and straight. But for the scalloped edge, this really is a necessity. And you want to do the double fold as well. So if you see, and you can make this, you do not have to buy it. I'm not saying you have to buy it. There are so many tutorials for how to make your own bias binding. And I have made a lot of bias binding and I just prefer to have somebody else make it for me. So that's what you're going to do. So now we're going to just sew it on here. Let me flip this. Okay, so when you are sewing this, same thing. I like to start on the back and you are going to just open up that fold. You can leave the bottom one folded up, but you're going to open that up and sew right along the fold of the one you just opened, if that makes sense. So that you can kind of use that as your guide. And you just want to slowly guide the binding around the curves. And you kind of have to maneuver it a little bit, but it will be fine. It's going to work. So, and you want to go so slow. And I know some people cut the divot, like the little valleys a little bit, like not even 1/4 inch. I didn't find that it was that helpful to do that, but if you want to try it, you can. And then you just keep following that folded line all along and just maneuver it. Okay, so here's what it looks like. And once you have that, you're going to flip this over. And it just falls so nicely into place with that bias binding. Like once you get that first fold or that first seam all the way around, it just flows right over. It feels so nice. So you can see that. And then you're going to go along and top stitch. And don't go as fast as I'm going. So you just kind of follow it along and the bias binding just folds over it perfectly. So there's that. I'll show on this other screen over here. Maybe you can see it better. So that's how you do that one. I'm trying to think of tips. You don't want to spray this if you're making the binding because you want it to be flexible and bending. So kind of like the candy cane one, it is helpful to spray it with starch. This one, do not spray with starch. You want it to be flexible. So for the twin size, or no, not the twin size. For this one, this is a throw size. I don't remember how much I used. You kind of just have to play around with it depending on the size of your quilt. So there's that one. Are there any questions about the scalloped binding?
Not at the moment that I see. They want to know who sells that binding again. Can you
Oh,
tell us that
yes.
again?
I should have linked that. So that is it's Bessie Pearl Binding Co.
Bessie Pearl Binding Co. Awesome. Thank you.
Karen, I think she sells it from her website. I think just this week she might be starting to sell on Amazon. I'm not sure, but it's amazing. And she has so many great options. So
I love this comment by Christy. She says, "Love. I always thought this would be so intimidating. I think I can do this." You're taking away all the fear factors today, Casey.
You can totally do it. And if you are just doing measurements for yourself to figure it out on a quilt, because like I said, this one that I have linked is specific for the Timber and Glow quilt. If you're trying to figure it out for yourself, just divide it by the blocks. And I did it, I think, 2 inches tall. But if you want a deeper scallop, you can do that. You also want to be careful the types of quilts that you use it on. This one was tricky because I was trying to line it up with these little here. But there is a lot of negative space on this quilt that it just worked. I thought it would be so cute. Something like this, I don't think would be very good for a scalloped binding. So you want to just think about what your quilt is before you start cutting into it. I think that the tree quilt would be great for that because there's a ton of negative space on there. But again, I wouldn't do a scalloped border on this one.
No, especially like your postmark quilts, a lot of square, pointy edges. Yeah. It might be a fun contrast, but I would almost like add another border around it to give it that negative space before adding a scallop. So that's an option too, is adding more border to give you room so you're not cutting into like the decorative blocks that you've sewn up and stuff.
Yes, that's a good point. You can add an extra border if you want to do the scallop, and that would be cute too. So anyway, are there any other questions before we jump into the last?
It. I will say, and Casey, I'll get with you after your session, so not urgent right now, but in the download, the PDF download, the link to that template isn't working, but we can figure that out later and get it fixed. And so I told everybody not to worry about that, but we'll get it sorted later. I just wanted to let you know so we can tackle that afterwards. Charlene, that template for the scallop binding is linked in her PDF that's on our blog, but we'll get that template link working after she's done, when she's done teaching, because she's still got one more binding tip to show you.
Yeah,
so
sorry about that. I will get that fixed and upload it on there. So
no worries.
Okay, so the last one, this is the postmark quilt that Bethany was talking about. This is, so we have a 2-color version and a 4-color version. So here's the 4-color. And let me show you the binding on this one. It is really fun. So this is a double-sided scrappy binding. So here's red and blue, and then you flip it over and it's yellow and red. The reason I love this binding is because a lot of times you are making a quilt and you have lots of scraps left over and you're like, what should I do with these? This is a great way to use those scraps because it adds enough of it just adds a little pop, but you can also incorporate the fabrics from your quilt, and it doesn't matter how many you have because you can mix and match whatever you want to do. So again, this is the double-sided scrappy binding, and this is my postmark quilt. So for this one, what you're going to want to do, throw that over there. Let me flip this. Okay, so for the double-sided one, you're going to want to start with 2-inch strips. So not 2.5, you want to do 2. So I've got some 2-inch strips here, and then you're going to want to just sew them together in any type of random way that you want. So if you look here, I just put them in a random order. And another one. So there we have that. And then you're going to take your mat and you're gonna just cut it right in half. In fact, let me just open this up a little bit bigger. Okay, so you have this pressed. You're gonna take your ruler and you're gonna line the edge up with the 2.5 inch line. So you're gonna cut right in the middle of that strip set. So we'll just do that. Okay, so now you have two different 2.5 inch strips, and they look a little lopsided, but that's okay. That's what you want to do, what you want. And we'll just do this one really quick too. And again, line it up with the 2.5 inch line on your ruler. Okay, so now you have all these different, oh my goodness, I think I need a new blade in my rotary cutter. Okay, so you have all these different strips here, and these are all 2.5 inches. So now what you're going to do is just attach or sew them together like you would a normal binding strip. So you overlap them here, and then you sew from, sorry, you can't see that. And then you sew from corner to corner. And before you sew, I always like flip it to make sure that the short edges are on the same side, which mine isn't. So I'm glad that I checked. So I'm going to flip this over this way and then line those up and then make sure. So I would sew here, flip. Okay. So then you'll see that all the short sides are together. So let me sew that really quickly. Oh, sorry. Okay, so then when you flip it, mine is a little crooked because I didn't have my diagonal seam tape on here, so I sewed it a little crooked, but you get the idea. So these will line up with each other all along there, and you can just mix and match as you want to make your strips, you know, however crazy or not crazy that you want them, and then just trim that back piece here. And then we're going to do like normal and press. And something I should know, I probably shouldn't be saying to put your mat on your pressing mat. Just make sure it's super cool before you do that. Normally I just have one on one side, like the mat on one side and the pressing station on the other. So I'm not promoting putting your mat on where your hot iron was at. So now you're just going to press along here, just right in half lengthwise. All right, so now you'll see you have this on one side, and then on the other side, it's a solid color. So when you are adding it to your quilt, so here's the front. Again, I like to add it to the back. This was just like a scrap, so that's why the back is not cute. But you're going to want to put it so that the double-sided part is face down, is facing the quilt. So then you're going to sew all along here. Uh-oh, did it freeze up? Oh, there we go. Okay. Okay, so then same thing, you're going to sew a 1/4 inch away from the edge. Okay, so here's the back of the quilt, and then when you flip it, there's the yellow on the front and the orange on the back. and you just keep sewing. You just sew all the way around the front. Okay, and there you have a double-sided binding. And a couple of tips for this one. When you do this, I love to use my iron to press out the, like once I sew along the back, I like to press it out. And I do that with basically all my bindings except the scalloped one. I just feel like that helps make it nice and crisp. And then I also use my clips. Where's my little? I also like to use my clips and like flip it over and clip it. And I do that all the way around so that I don't know why, it really helps. It takes a little bit of extra time, but it really is worth it. Another option for this double-sided is to do it all the same, the whole way around. So what you would do if you wanted to do that is just do the same side or the same fabric on the sides and one down the middle. And then once you cut it, let me just cut it really quick so I can show you. Should have unfolded it. That's why I love this mat though, is that there's so many options. Okay, so once you have it cut, then you just want to line it all up together. And then you'll go through and sew all the pieces together. And if you can see that, so then and then you would attach it the same way where the double side, after you press it, then you add the double side to, like the double side is touching the back of the quilt, and then attach it to the quilt, flip it over, and then you'll have the yellow on one side and the gray on the other side. So this one is awesome just to use up any scraps that you have if you're not wanting to buy new fabric for your binding. That I love this one for that. So are there any questions about that one?
I don't think there's any questions. You've made all three of these look so easy. And I have to share Michelle's comment. She said, I hate binding, but I can't wait to try these. I might end up loving binding. I think you've like demystified binding. And I knew you would when we talked about you sharing these topics. And I knew that I know a lot of people just have this kind of like idea around binding being like the least fun part of quilting or the hardest, like get it perfect. There's so much focus on like, it has to be a certain way. And I've never felt that way. It can be so much fun. And you've shown that today in your three techniques with the candy cane, with the scallop, with this scrappy look. I love all of it. And I think you've blown everybody's mind today.
Thank you. It's so fun. And like, there's other ways to do it too. Like on this one here, I just added a red binding. Like it is solid, but it just adds the pop. There's just so many ways to do it. And like I said, I use kind of like not boring fabric because I love it, but a lot of solid fabric. And so it's just fun to jazz it up a little bit.
I agree. And Louise says, never knew there were so many different types of binding.
Yeah.
And you just scratched the surface of the different types of binding.
Yes.
So in our summer sew along, I talked about a flange binding and having like that little extra piece that just adds a little feminine touch or a little extra pop of color. So there's just, like I said, there's so many different types of binding. And I think some people just get to the end of their quilt and they just want to like bind it and be done.
Yeah.
But spending a little extra time on doing something fun with the binding, you'll actually enjoy the whole process a lot more. I really do believe so. So everybody's saying thank you for sharing all of these tips. We do have a giveaway that you provided, and that is the Novadon pressing mat. Now this pressing mat is amazing. It's like 5 feet long.
It is amazing. I have had this since January. I don't have any burn marks on it, and I use it every day.
All the time.
And it does not smell like a barn. Like, So look how long this is. It really is awesome. And like I said, you can set up your station if you're like, I don't have space for that. You can set up your station so it's only half. And then when you need to press your binding, which is this is awesome for pressing binding that's so long or for yardage or whatever. You just take the other stuff off and then I don't know. It's so handy. I love it.
It's nice. I actually just bought one for our sewing club.
Oh,
because I got tired of hauling my entire ironing board to sewing club every month. And so we just got one of these and lay it out on a table. And then like two people can be pressing at the same time. So it's really nice. It's really, really nice. So you're giving one of those away, which is so generous. And we've got our winner. Our winner comes from our registered or elite list. So those who signed up for this event are who we pick our winners from. So if you haven't signed up for the Handmade Collective, there's still time to do so over at Caterpillar. And then you'll be entered into all of our other giveaways today and tomorrow. But we have a random winner for today. And our winner for this pressing mat is Sarah from Aldie, Virginia. Congratulations, Sarah. I would say your last name, but I would probably butcher it. Congratulations. I'll get your information over to Casey so we can get you your Novadon wool pressing mat. You're going to absolutely love it. Absolutely love it. Awesome. Well, Casey, this was awesome. Do you guys have any other questions for Casey? We've got another little minute here. Everybody says it looks great. Your binding is wonderful. Thank you for your generosity.
Yes, thank you.
Someone said I need to reorganize my craft room to get that mat in it. Yes, you need to work it into your space. It's so worth it. They also make smaller ones too.
Yes, that's true. I did link the mat on the down, so you can see it easily.
And I think it's linked in the blog post as well. Lisa said, great quilt behind you. Do you want to plug your postmark quilt real quick?
So this is the postmark quilt. It comes in the 2 colorway and then the 4 colorway, like I showed with the double-sided binding. There's 3 sizes. There's a lap, which I feel like is great for kids too, you know, like they can grow with it. And then throw size, which is this one, and then a twin size. So again, all my patterns are 15% off right now with if you use Handmade, I'm pretty sure is the code. So
yes, it is. And I put it up on the screen. If you go to her blog, which Eric will drop in the chat, there's a link to her website. There's a link to her socials. So you can follow all the things that Casey's doing and teaching over there and her new patterns as she releases those. So be sure you're following Casey at So and So Quilting. Go to her website, use her code to save on her beautiful patterns. And thank you so much for spending your morning with us.
This was so fun. So thank you guys for letting me be here.
Of course. We'll see you later this afternoon. Casey's going to be in our private Zoom this afternoon with our elite members. So if you have questions for Casey or you want to talk to her more about binding or her quilts and her patterns, be sure you've joined our elite experience for this event. There's still time to join, and we'll have our Zoom this afternoon with all of our teachers, and Casey will be there.
Yep.
All right. Bye, Casey.
See ya.
All right. Well, that was so fun. I told you we were kicking off today on day 2 very strong. I love that like all of you or your mind is blown with just how easy she made binding look. And it really can be that easy. I absolutely love the techniques she shared. I've already downloaded her template, and we'll make sure that the template for the scallops, that link gets fixed so we can get that to you guys, or we'll just link it in the blog post later. I'll update you later on that. Let's see here. I pre-registered. I don't recall sharing where the live is. If you are registered for the event, the free VIP, you're in the right place. If you signed up for the elite experience, that's a private Zoom that will happen after this event's over this afternoon. We do it every day. And you would have gotten an email with that information. If you didn't, please send an email to support@caterpillar.com. All right. I think it's time for a quick spin to win. What do you guys think? You want to do a quick spin to win before we dive into our next teacher? All right, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's get some energy up. If you have been sitting and staring and watching Casey, I want you to stand up and shake and move. Okay, I'm going to do the same. I've been sitting this whole time just watching and engrossed in what she's teaching. But let's take a minute while we spin the win to stand up and move and stretch. Oh, otherwise we're going to sit here all day. Ready? Let's do it. We're going to move. I got to stretch it out. or else my back's gonna hurt. Oh my gosh, we're giving away a Glow Mini. Like how I'm doing Spindle-In today. I'm trying to change it up. I don't know why I keep sticking to the same ones. So I'm going to give away a Glow Mini light board. And so if you don't know what that is, this is our Glow Mini. It's our smallest light board, why we call it a mini. And it comes with a cutting mat, just like the classic I showed you earlier today. You can tell I've used mine quite a bit. It is a translucent cutting mat, so you can cut right over the light board. It also has built-in magnets in it. It's wonderful. I take this one to sewing club with me every time I go every month. I take it to retreats with me. Every time I'm doing foundation paper piecing, it's usually sitting right here in my lap while I'm sewing. I love the mini. So if you would like to grab this mini, this is what I'm giving away right now to anyone watching live. We just learned 3 new binding techniques. So put the number 3 in the chat. 3 new binding techniques. And if you're going to do all 3, try all 3, put the number 3 in the chat. And Eric will pick a random winner in just a second for the Glow Mini. I love this little thing. It's just like perfect. It's like an iPad or like the size of my tablet. It just fits in my backpack so easily. We also have a tote for it, by the way. Love my Glow Mini. Put the number 3, fill it up, fill up our chat. Got about 10 more seconds to put the number 3 in the chat, and then we'll pick a winner, and then we're going to start our next teacher. And I'm going to write this down so don't forget. Eric, whenever you're ready. He's going to pick a winner and pop their name up on the screen. There we go. Stacy Sharp. Stacy Sharp, congratulations. You have won a Glow Mini. Yay, Stacy. I have so many more giveaways to do today, so stay tuned for more Spin-to-Wins. But congratulations, Stacy. If you could please send an email to support@caterpillar.com. In that email, please put your name, your shipping address, and that you want a Glow Mini from my Spin-to-Win today. That way we know exactly what to send to you, and we appreciate you. So please send us that email as soon as you can so that we can make sure we get that taken care of. But congratulations to Stacy, and you guys hold on. You know, I do these at random at any point. You never know. All right, so you guys ready for the next teacher? I'm so excited for this one. We have the lovely Di Clough from Sister Chicks Quilting joining us. And I will say she is traveling right now, but she really wanted to be a part of this event. So she actually pre-recorded her session. The perks to that is she's able to teach a lot because she was able to edit the video. So you're going to learn an entire scrappy quilt project. This is a great beginner-friendly project, but it's just a fun project even to do in between some of those harder projects like we were talking about before. I call them palette cleansers. Just something that you can just sit and mindlessly do, and it just turns out beautiful, and it's a lot of fun. So she's going to be sharing that with you, and I'm going to play her video right now.
Hi, I'm Di with Sister Chicks Quilting, and welcome to my quilting studio. I'm so glad to teach you about this quilt that's behind me today. It is a two-toned, scrappy Irish chain quilt. Let's talk about all of those words. The first thing, a lot of people have a misconception about scrappy. When you make a scrappy quilt, you're pulling all of your scraps and some of your friends' scraps together, and you use everything. You don't throw out one because you don't like it. You put it in the quilt. That's what makes it scrappy. There's several people that will make a quilt out of a fat quarter bundle or a line of fabric, and it all looks great, and they'll call it a scrappy quilt. In my opinion, that isn't a true scrappy quilt. In several other quilters, it's not either, because the fabric is already coordinated, and there is over 140 different pieces of fabric in this quilt. Does it look like it when you stand back and take a look at it? No, not really, but it is a true scrappy quilt. In fact, even the background is scrappy. So all of these lighter colors are scrappy. I happen to be obsessed with scrappy. However, You've got to have a few rules when you're putting a scrappy quilt together, and I'm going to share those rules and tips with you. There are three main things or rules that I follow when I make a scrappy quilt. Because even if the quilt is scrappy, you want it to be cohesive. You want a quilt to be pleasing to the eye. You want it to be something that really brings out the emotion in you, rather than just putting everything in a bucket and throwing it out and kind of going, yeah. That has happened before. I have seen quilts that are that way that I'm just wondering, what were they thinking? And then I never see a design in it or any organization at all. So let's talk about these three rules. The first one that's going to make your scrappy quilt cohesive is a pattern. And it can be any pattern you want. When I set out to make this quilt for this class, I had a vision in my head, and this was it. I want to do a grid of green blocks like this, and then I wanted to put a grid of blue blocks on top of them like this. And I wanted both of those grids of blocks to really shine. So I came up with this Irish chain pattern. But the first time I put it together, it didn't work. It was just a bunch of strips. It didn't cross. And I thought, what did I do wrong? Then I put it together again. And it still wasn't looking the way I wanted it to look. It took me 3 times to come up with this pattern. Here's a green row. Here's a green row. Here's a green row up here. And then here's a blue row and a blue row. And they do cross. But when this green row crosses this green row, I have the blocks going this way, and I have the blocks coming down and going this way, and you end up with this square. I really didn't want the square. I couldn't come up with any other way to do it. So I was stuck with this square, but you know what? I like it. It gives interest. It gives a little bit of a secondary design to the quilt. So I think it's a good thing. A second thing that makes a quilt cohesive is maybe using the same background. But remember, I wanted a scrappy quilt. So let me show you this scrappy background. Take a look at this quilt, specifically paying attention to the background. When you zoom in a little bit, you're going to see a little more difference. And let's just zoom in one more time. And in this shot, you can see, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, I think all 5 of the background pieces that I used are showing in this shot. But when you zoom out, take a look, it's really pleasing. And so now do you understand what I mean about the background? It is cohesive and it is pleasing to the eye. Now, this was my big mistake on this quilt, the color. Don't get me wrong, I love green and blue, and I bet a lot of you out there love green and blue too. But truthfully, is it as hard for you to see that crisscross pattern as it is for me? Do you know why it's hard to see? Let me show you. It's having to do with the color wheel. So here is blue and here is green. And look where they sit on the color wheel, right next to each other. That means that they're analogous colors. And an analogous color just kind of all blends in and plays well in the sandbox with the colors around. And they look really good together. However, I wanted those 2 different grids to stand out, like kind of pop. So you know what I should have done? Instead of choosing analogous colors, I should have chosen complementary colors. Let me show you on the back of the color wheel. So this is a complementary to blue. It's orange. But also over here, the yellow would have played well too. And I probably should have done that. I didn't want to do orange. We have a local team here, a local college team, and their colors are blue and orange. And every time I make a blue and orange quilt, my friend calls it, oh, you're making another Bronco quilt. No, I'm not. I just made a blue and orange quilt. So I stayed away from it because of that one little thing. However, I went with blue and green. And when you really look at it, and maybe in the right light, maybe if you put a filter on it, you can see that crisscross design that I wanted even more. But right now in this quilt, it's just a little bit fuzzy or mushy, and it just really plays nice, doesn't it? So this is not what I wanted for the outcome, but I like the outcome. Does that make sense to you? Anyway, color is very, very important. And you should pay attention to color when you make your quilts, because color evokes emotion and it makes your quilt pleasing to the eye. And when a quilt brings out an emotion and somebody looks at it and goes, wow, isn't that what we want? And then, now that I've confessed all of that to you, would you like to know how to make this scrappy two-toned Irish chain quilt? I'm going to show you. First thing first, I need some 2.5-inch squares. I'm just going to raise my cutting table. I have a few cut here already. How many of you use this Caterpillar lighted handle? It's actually one of my faves. Then I don't have to fight with picking up my ruler. It just comes with it. Also, it lights the way. So while I'm cutting this, take a look at this batik. What's next to green on the color wheel? It would be an analogous color. Who knows out there? It's not purple, it's yellow. Take a look at this piece. Isn't that a cool piece? So the yellow, there's actually a few pieces of yellow in this quilt. And you know what? It works. I'm pretty excited about it. Perfect. I'm going to use my 2.5-inch ruler, and then I don't even have to think about it. And you know what's cool is my 2.5-inch ruler has the Caterpillar handle on it that I absolutely adore. And by the way, if this gets in your way, I use it to pick up my rulers. Just take a look at this. You just pop it like that and it comes off, and you just set it down, and you can put it down on the end that you're not using, and boom. Isn't that just the coolest ruler holder? This is the little, I think it's the little glow clamp is what they call it. So it's, this has been fun to use these clamps in my quilting studio, because nothing's worse than trying to pick up a quilt from your mat and you can't pick it up, and this makes it so easy. I'm just going to set these aside. Let me talk about the pieces that you need. These actually are scraps, so I'm going to remove them. But I have made, and I haven't finished drawing this yet, I will, but I've made a cutting guide, as you can see, and it tells you how many of each color to cut. Now, I've got my blue and green together on this mat, and you're going to cut an identical amount of blue, 200, and 200 green for this quilt. And it's the background pieces that are different. Here you can see the different background pieces up close. I really only used 5, so I used this one and a plain. This is fun. It's kind of a brocade. I like that. And then in here is, here is this, a little swirl. It looks like quilting. And then I have a bunch of this polka dot. And they worked out pretty good. I just started cutting. I have actually more 2.5-inch squares than I need, but you know what? A cut square is never wasted because I'm always making some scrappy quilt or other. And then you're going to need 2.5 inches by 6.5 inches. These all go in the border that I'm putting around the quilt. I had to end it somehow, so I came up with a border. And then these 4.5 by 6.5 inch rectangles are actually what goes in between the blocks, the rows. One row they go up like this, and the other row they go horizontal. So I've got those, but let's talk about these. Let's just take a look at the blue ones. I don't have as many scraps as my friend Beverly does. Bev has got an amazing collection. For instance, I have several of these, and most of them I've cut out. I've got multiples of them. And I wanted this quilt to be even more scrappy than not. So I've got, you know, as you can see, looks like I have about 10 of these, and I had like 10 of these, and I didn't want to end up having to move blocks around because, oh, I just put this one here and I don't want to use it again next to itself. So I have a lot of the same blocks in here, but I had my 200 cut out of here. And my friend Bev said, hey, why don't I just cut some out for you? Because like I said, she has this incredible pile. So she gave me this pile, and when I started, it was like up here. It was, I think, 120 or 150 of different blues, and every one of these blues is different from the other. It is amazing. You know what's better than a pile of blues that are one of a kind? A pile of greens that are one of a kind. And so I've used her piles way down, and I have been careful to put my multiples in. But I want you to know, these are not wasted. They're going to go in a drawer that I have 2.5-inch squares in, and they will be used. This is the main block that you need for the quilt. It's a 9-patch, and it goes from the top right down to the left, 3 blues, boom, boom, boom. And on the ends are 2 greens. And here it is again, 3 blues and 2 greens. But for every one of these you make, you have to make one that looks like this. Look at this, 3 greens and 2 blues. So I counted the blocks I need and put those out. And then in between these blocks is this cute little 4-patch. The only one I have made up is this green 4-patch. And when I make these up, I try and I go through the scraps that I have, or the squares, and I try and make like 2 dark, 2 medium, or 2 light, or whatever. So for instance, let me show you this one. So here's a 2-patch, and here's another 2-patch, and I would put them together like that, rather than putting them together like that. That's not real pleasing to the eye, but this is. It's interesting. So I've been putting them together like that. And to do the last row, I am going to need 5 of these squares, 3 of them to be green and 2 of them to be blue. So let me go to my machine and I will teach you how to make a really easy 4-patch. What I do is use one of my small design boards, and I just make a stack of blocks I want to do. Oh, I like this one. And I just use, so for instance, I'll do 2 lighter toned blocks, and then this one's pretty. I want one that's similar to that. There you go. So there's my green 4-patch, and then I'm just going to chain them together. Ooh, but this is pretty. Is that too disturbing? I feel like this one needs to be, I have so much fun putting these blocks together, and you will too, especially when you have a big group of blocks. I think I'll do that one with it. So I'll take this one out and put that one in. That's a little busy. So I am ready to sew these up, and then I'm going to put together some 9 patches, and I'll show you my method for 9 patches. I don't know if it's any different from yours, but I have a method that keeps it easy. Let's get these sewn up. I don't like to have that little knot of thread on the back, so I use leaders and enders and snips. I just pick them right off of this table or board, and I sew 2 at a time together. It always seems to work out, and I'm sewing at a scant 1/4 inch. Let's turn some light on. These 2 go together, so it just works out good. I don't press until the little piece is done. I know it's pretty brave, right? Stick with me and you'll see brave in action, kids. So here's my big tip. I'm going to press to the dark side, so fold this over, and I'm going to finger press. Now, my really big tip is about finger pressing. See these guys? I love to use my fingernails to finger press. Did you see I turned those right sides together and nested the seams right here? And then you can feel that nested seam so you know you're on the right path. Finger pressing is a temporary thing, and what finger pressing does is encourages the fabric to lay the direction you want it to lay. It is not pressing. However, it's a vital thing when you're sitting here and you don't have an ironing board or a little travel iron next to you. So the tip is finger pressing is just that, finger pressing. It is not pressing your block together. It is nothing like a final press. So finger pressing is just a convenient way to get your fabric seam laying in the right direction. And when it's laying in the right direction, it's easier for you to sew. Do not confuse finger pressing with pressing. That is a really big tip. I'm just going to open this 4 patch up, give it a quick finger press so it lays open, and I can take it to the iron. Now, what do I do when there's a dark and a light side? I just go with it, baby. I just do whatever the block wants to do, okay? So you're all settled on what finger pressing is, right? I should have you repeat it. I'm kidding. Have my 9 patches all laid out together, and obviously this one on top is a green one because it has 3 greens with 2 blue cornerstones, and then I just filled in the background fabric. Now on my tray also, or my design board, I have a bunch of 2 patches that I've laid out, half green and half blue. I'm going to put those around the edge in the border. Originally, I thought I would make the border out of this. Every other one, I thought that would be so cool to have blue and green 4 patches all the way around it. However, the quilt was going to be bigger too, by the way, but I had to stop. So in my mind, I imagined this big, beautiful quilt. Now it's a nice large lap quilt. You can make this quilt any size. You just need to make sure you have enough of the background fabric. So this was the piece that I actually ran out of. I didn't have any more of the backgrounds. That was 4.5 by 6.5. So that's why I didn't put the this around the border, so I just did half of the border, all right? Because I had plenty of these strips. So imagine, well, here's a 2-patch. Imagine a border like this, a background, a strip, a background, a strip. It works out pretty nice, and it just naturally fills in and gives it a cute little border. So here I go. I'm gonna get busy and sew this 9-patch up. Now, when I sew my 9 patches, I always, from like day one of quilting, I figured this out, and this is how I always do it. I always start from the left to the right, and I go these two, these two, these two, and then I'm always clipping them off because I'm chaining them, and then I sew this one on. Would you like to see how I do it? And I do it with all of my 4 patches the very same way. I'm sorry, I do it with all of my 9 patches the very same way. This is the first row facing me from top to bottom and left to right. And then I clip these 2 top ones off, keeping them in order, getting rid of this guy. I just fold them open and give them a quick finger press. This is vital to always sew these 2 or press these to the dark side. Now remember, this was row number 3 that I had in my sewing machine, and it went over here. So I'm going to pick up row number 3 and row number 2, right sides together. I'm going to give them a stitch up, but let's sew row number 2 first. Here's row number 3. Then I fold this one open. Give those finger presses a press just so I can lay the fabric the direction I want to, because I'm about to complete this puppy. Turn it over and it will nest. And no, I don't use pins, but if you would like to use pins, please do. You do what works for you. Now, if I pick off row number 3 right here, I have to cut this off because this sews onto that. So I actually come over and start on the next block. See how tricky I am? And just for grins, I'm going to go down all 3 blocks on the second 9 patch. I never have more than 2 blocks on my machine at a time because I don't want to get confused. Finger pressed to the dark side, nest those seams, and I'm going to continue to sew this block. Are you picking up my little system? It works for me, but I'll tell you what you should do. You should do what works for you. I simply share how I do it because some people really appreciate it. And the last one, those 2 go together, and take a look at this. I have a completed 9 patch. One down. Now that one, if you noticed, I sewed in, or I pressed in, but about every other one, because I want, I just do, I press them all a little different. So this one, the center row gets pressed out. There's always a piece of fabric in there, that 6.5 by 4.5 piece of fabric. So it doesn't matter which way you press them. I just like to do them separately. This is my second to last row, and I'm going to sew it together. I just pulled it off the design wall in order, and I have my very last row pulled off the same way. So I'm going to sew those up just in order and put the quilt together, and then I'm gonna meet you back here and we will do the border and be done. These are my last two rows. I've got sewn here, and I'm going to press them. And FYI, they were just finger pressed. I sewed them together, unpressed. This is where you want to iron them really good with your iron, okay? And I'll sew them onto the existing quilt. Then the next step after this is the borders. The borders are going to give it a finished look. Let's go to the machine and sew this on the big piece. It's always real exciting when you're on the last row of your quilt, isn't it? As I have been connecting these, I definitely have pinned these intersections and nested them, because they're going to show. I'm going to see if you don't nest them perfectly and put a pin in them, people will see that you have unmatched seams simply because the background is so light. So I am just pinning. When I press the row that's going to sew on to the next row, I take a look underneath and see which way these seams are pressed. So on this large one, they're going this way. And on this bottom one that I'm just created, they're going the opposite. Therefore, I can easily see how they match and they slide in with your finger. There's nothing better to feel unless someone goes gaga for your quilt. But when you're constructing a quilt, it's always reassuring, and you know you're doing a good job when you feel those nested seams as you're pinning them. So I'm going to gather this up, put this out here on my table, and stitch it up. When I sew a seam on, or a new row on, I always back tack. Just that much. I may have told this story before, but my niece was new to quilting, and she was not about to let her seams come apart. So she backstitched and backstitched and backstitched, probably back and forth about at least 5 times on every seam. And then you know what? She kind of gave up. The quilt was for her mother, and that was the wrong block to do. So her mom had to unpick. What a mess that was. So when you back tack, 2 stitches is fine. Last row on, I'm going to press it real quick. To make this border, I'm going to start with a blue square and then sew on one of these strips. I want to sew it in order So I'm going to use a lot of leaders and enders. So this is the very top of the quilt. Then there's going to be a green one. Now that was kind of sloppy. Diane, you can do better than that. I'm going to be very careful that I line these up perfectly. Then a blue one goes up, lined it up perfectly. I am really liking the looks of this border. Now I need a green one. That's lined up pretty square. Oh, this is getting exciting, you guys. I'm so close to the finish of this. I'm wondering how many of you are going to make this pattern. It's so easy. And when you do, what colors are you going to use? And you can tell me in the comments below. Oh my gosh, one more to do and I'm out of thread. I'm going to run a quick press on this. Well, no, I'm not, because I'm going to sew it on. Yeah, I'm going to press after I'm done. I think that will be easier. Oh, this is getting to be rather big. I'm really excited over the size. There's no telling which way these are all pressed. So I'm going to fold over and finger press as I go. How's that sound? And then I'll press the entire piece when I'm done. Oh, yay. I'm so excited. 2 more borders, just like that one. And this quilt's getting so big. It's bigger than I thought. I'll measure it because I don't even have a clue. And I'll tell you how big it is. Here you have it. All of the borders are sewn on. I think it looks great. But there's one more step I want to share with you. I call it the victory lap. A lot of people don't do this. Now, I didn't start doing it till I became a long arm quilter, but even if you were not going to have this quilt long arm quilted and we're going to free motion quilt it on your machine or however you quilt it, as you're working on it, look at these seams that go to the edge and stop. These can easily pull out. And so I take what I call a victory lap. Some people don't call it that, but I sew all the way around the quilt, about 1/8 of an inch. And I always make sure, pay attention to the way your seams are folded because you want to sew them down correctly all the way around the edge of the quilt. That is going to finish it. It's going to stop any unraveling during the quilting process. You'll be glad you did. So I'm going to go ahead and do that now. Just going to start right here in the middle because it doesn't matter where we start from. Duh. It is done. What do you think? You know, I didn't even know the size, guys. I measured it. It is 60 wide by 70 inches long. That's a pretty nice size little snuggle quilt or the back of the couch quilt. But if you wanted to make it bigger, you know all you have to do is add more blocks, right? They're sure simple to do, and you've got this. You can do it. Just make sure you have more fabric for the background than I did, because that's what stopped me from making it bigger, was I ran out of background fabric. And boy, did I have plenty of the colored fabric. You know what's going to happen? I'm going to save that and put it in another scrappy quilt, because scrappy's my game. I got this. I also realized I really like this quilt because I love analogous colors. Even though you can't see the design as bold as I wanted you to see it, it's still there. If you kind of stand back and, squint, you can see it. But the next one I make, I am going to follow my own rules, and I am going to do complementary colors, which are colors that are opposite each other on the color wheel. And I would like to know what color you're going to make your two-tone scrappy Irish chain quilt. Go ahead and put it in the comments below, because I would love to hear. I also want to thank Caterpillar for giving me the opportunity to teach in their Handmade Collective program. And I hope they ask me again, because I really had a good time, and I hope you did too, as well as learning something. I love Caterpillar products. They're fantastic. Probably my favorite one is my rotating cutting mat and my Flex Light. I really had a great time. Again, thanks for hanging out with me and learning how to make this great quilt. I want you to know that there's going to be a printable that you can get that tells you exactly how to cut it. And this is going to be cut to this size. So of course you can make it bigger, like I said before. So this will be on the website. And I want to thank you for coming and thank you for watching. I hope you have a great quilty rest of the day. Bye.
There we go. I still was muted. I hope you enjoyed that. You guys seem to really love it in the chat. And Di did a great presentation of a scrappy quilt and seemed to have inspired quite a few of you to find a reason to use your scraps and make the most of what you have. I absolutely love that. And we are going to dive into our next presentation here in just a second. But I feel like after just learning all of that from Di, she shared so many amazing sewing tips that we just need a little brain break and maybe do a spin to win. Maybe. I mean, it's 1 o'clock my time. It's noon in Utah. I feel like we need a little spin to win moment. So if you guys are ready for that, let me know. This is my spin to win wheel. Let's see what it can stop on today. I've still got some good things on here that we haven't given away, like a flip and fold 48. I can't read this one. What does that one say? Another Flex Light. There's mini clamps. There's a swivel. All right. What should my question be? Put the number 4 in the chat if you want to make a scrappy quilt. Put the number 4 in the chat if you want to make a scrappy quilt, and let's find out what we're winning. Big money, big money. What? Oh, flip and fold. Nope, it's going back. Oh, mini clamps. We're giving away a 2-pack of our mini clamps, which you guys just saw Di use. So let's give away a 2-pack of mini clamps. If you don't know what our mini clamps are, she just showed them. I think mine are in my little secret drawer over here. Here they are. I showed them off yesterday. These are wonderful for your rulers. So put the number 4 if you want to make a scrappy quilt in the chat, and Eric's going to pick a winner in just a second. And someone's going to win a 2-pack of our mini clamps. Eric, whenever you're ready to pick a winner. He's going to pop it up on the screen at any point. You never know. He's closing his eyes. Pamela Weber. Congratulations, Pamela. You just won a 2-pack of our mini clamps. Yeah. So now you can use your rulers just like Di did in her video. That's awesome. Pamela, if you could send an email to support@caterpillar.com. He just put it up on the screen for you, and let us know your first and last name, which I'm assuming it's Pamela Weber. And then also your shipping address, and that you want a 2-pack of our mini clamps so that we know what to send to you. I have it noted here, but our team that gets those emails, I want to make sure that they have everything they need to send you your prize. So congratulations, Pamela. We'll do another one of these here in a little bit, but I actually have someone joining us. You met her yesterday morning. She's back this afternoon. She works with us at Caterpillar. Her name is Keisha. Everybody say welcome to Keisha. I'm going to bring her to stage. There we go.
Hi.
Hello.
Look how much better it is today. I figured it out.
That's the camera angle. You know what? We work with it. I mean, it is
Yes.
live, and we're across the country from each other. We make it work. Okay.
That's true. That's true. But I figured it out. I got the internet working. It's like my internet, of course, craps out right before this. I'm like, this is not a good moment. Okay. We're going to breathe through it. We can do this.
Everybody is saying hello to you, by the way. And
hi, everybody.
Yeah. So Keisha works with us. Yesterday she shared the all-in quilting and sewing bundle.
The massive bundle.
Several of you took full advantage of the deal on our bundles yesterday, and we have more today. I already talked about, in case you missed it, Keisha, I talked about our classic bundle, which is pretty much the same as what you're sharing today, but with a different light board.
Right.
And so I want you to dive into that. And then you may, if you wrap up early, I do have, we may have some questions about products, and we can use that time to maybe answer it. So even if it's not what you're sharing, it's a good time to ask those questions and we can jump in and do it. But I'm going to let you share all about our Premium 2 bundle and tell them all about that.
Great. Thank you, Bethany. Okay. Hi, everybody. Thanks again for letting me jump on here and join you all for the Handmade Collective. It looks like this morning was Di and Casey. You guys had some great instructors this morning. So I'm here to talk to you about our Premium 2 bundle, which this is one of my favorite, but I wanted to just first kind of go over our classic and our Premium 2, just to make sure there's no confusion. I know that Bethany was talking about the classic this morning, and I'm going to be talking about the Premium number 2. So I just wanted to show you the similarities and then the biggest difference. So you guys are completely in the know about which light board that you are possibly thinking about purchasing. So this is our light board. This one's our Premium, and then this one's our classic. Now, if you look at the two of them, they're basically identical. So they each have the 4 levels of light that you can adjust. They each have the cutting mat on top. We'll kind of dive into that a little bit more when we're talking about the Premium. The biggest difference is the Premium and then the classic back here. The Premium has the rechargeable battery. The classic does not. So if you unplug this, you're not going to be able to use the light. So just keep that in mind when you're looking at these different bundles that we're putting together, because these two are basically the same. It's just the classic does not have a rechargeable battery and the Premium number 2 does. So if anybody has any questions about that, please put it in the chat. I'm happy to address it again. But now we'll get into our Premium number 2 bundle. I'll put the classic away for now. Okay, if anybody knows anything about Caterpillar, we obviously love light. That's what we are here for. We are here to make your whole entire craft area that much brighter so you can see what you're working on. So this is one of our light boards. This is the Premium number 2. It's super thin and lightweight. Like I can almost hold it just in one hand. It does have the multiple levels of light, so you can adjust that. Because sometimes we don't need this bright. I always love it to be on the brightest, but sometimes our eyes are a little bit tired, so we need to dim that down just a little bit. Now on here, you can use it to do tracing, paper piecing, applique. My son steals it and he does his homework on there. I'm not sure why, but at least he's doing his homework, so I have to be grateful for that. The one really cool thing about all of our Caterpillar light boards, and every one of them comes with a self-healing cutting mat. So if anybody knows about our older models, I do see we have a question. What's the difference between the Premium and the Premium number 2? That's a great question. Thanks, Deanna. The Premium number 1, the original one, did not have the 4 levels of light. It has 3 levels of light, and one major difference is the mat only covered the lighted area. So we made a few improvements when we created the premium number 2. As you can see, this mat is a little bit bigger than the lighted area. The grid actually covers the lighted area. So you do have the 11.5 by 16.5, but the mat covers the entire board. So when you're using your rotary blade, you don't have to stop at the lighted area. You can actually go all the way off the board and you're not going to nick your board. So that's one of the major improvements that we made on our premium number 2. They still both have the rechargeable battery, which the battery will last for about 4 hours if it's fully charged. If you see on here, we've got this little red light, this little indicator right here that's right next to the electrical cord. This is going to turn green. And when it turns green, then you know you've got about 4 hours time. You can also use it while it's plugged in. So I can just leave it plugged in right here and I can do all of my projects. Or if I want to take it into the family room and watch TV, or if I want to take it to a class, I can just unplug it and I can still use it, which is super handy. One of the other differences that we made with our premium number 2 is we kind of modeled this after our mini. Our mini actually, as I talked about yesterday, has the internal metal plate, so it's magnetic. The premium number 2 and the classic, the one Bethany talked about this morning, they both have metal plates built into the board. So now you can use magnets to hold down a pattern or hold down your fabric if you're cutting it to just keep things more in place. I know a lot of people use like weights to kind of keep the fabric held down. This will help you hold that down. And if you get our bundle today, it's got a few other pieces we're going to go over. You can save a huge amount of money. You can get this bundle, and then you can also get the mini clamp bundle that Bethany talked about yesterday. So you can get a bunch of magnets. You can also get more magnetic plates to make it magnetic throughout the entire board, or use those on your flip and fold. Our bundles are the best way to save the most money, just so you know. What we've done is we've bundled up a bunch of different products together, and then we've discounted it. So you get a discount originally, and then if you use the code Handmade 10, you're going to save 10% off those bundles. And if you're one of our VIP or elite, you've been sent a special code to save even more money. And there is still time to sign up to become a VIP or an elite member today through tomorrow. Definitely do that because there's so many benefits that you will receive becoming a VIP or an elite. So the other piece that we're going to talk about today is one of our accessories that we have. This piece is so much fun. I know Bethany talked about it this morning. This is our tempered glass piece. So in the premium number 2, this piece is included with the premium light board that comes with the cutting mat. You'll also get the glass mat. So the glass mat is kind of like a mixed media mat. So crafters can use it for gluing, stamping, inking, painting. I'm actually going to do some painting on here and show you how easy it is to just clean it off because it's glass. It's kind of like your stovetop. So if you spill some macaroni or spaghetti sauce on your glass top, you're able to clean it off really easily. This is the same type of material. So it is tempered. So you can take it to the kitchen sink. You can wash it off with soap or just water. And then also if you get something stuck on there, you can use an X-Acto knife and scrape it off. Because I've been known to leave my paint puddled on the glass mat and get distracted, run over, do something with the kids, or answer a phone call. But that's no big deal because the grid is actually printed on the back side here. So you're not going to actually scrape off that nice grid. The other major thing that the glass will do, it will take the heat of an iron. So now I have this cute little iron. She's not plugged in. She just looks really cute on the videos. So you can just iron right here on the glass, and you can use your regular iron. Like Bethany said, you can use a Liso irons, any of your standard irons. You just don't want to leave the iron on there, of course. But if you're pressing your seams or you're doing your applique, this will take the heat of the iron, which is great because you can see exactly what you're doing. So when you're using the iron, you can either do it just right here on top of your cutting mat, on top of the light, or you can remove the cutting mat, set that aside, and just have your glass piece right on top of the light. Look how clear that is. So if I'm pressing down my seams, I've got my little fabric here and I want to press my seams, I can use the grid on the glass and I can just fold those over, use my iron and press it right here while it's on the glass, on the light board, and it's not going to hurt your light board. So these two pieces, along with the cutting mat, are all included in the premium #2 bundle that is discounted. And again, you can use that Handmade 10 and receive an additional 10% off the already discounted bundles. Of course, you can always buy these individually and still save the 10%, but the best way you're going to save is in the bundles. You're going to get all the 3 pieces, cutting mat, light board, and the glass mat, and one more piece. Here is the 3rd piece to our premium #2 bundle. This is our tote bag. So this bag is really great because it's made for either the premium #2, the original premium, and the classic. It will fit any of those 3 boards. The other thing that's so great, I'm going to actually put this all together. So it's double padded all the way through here. You've got these really nice reinforced corners at the bottom. So that's going to protect your board and your mat when you're taking it places. The one thing I do love is right here in the front, you've got this big pocket. It's almost as big as your light board. So you can fit patterns. You can fit, like if you want to put your rulers in here, you can bring your rulers with you. This has also got this front pocket. I like to put my electrical cords in here. And I also like to put my rotary blade. That will fit right here in that front pocket. It comes with a nice padded shoulder strap right here. So you can take it with you. And it's also got the 2 briefcase handles. The one thing that's super great is if you do go to quilting retreats or you're traveling, you've got this little tabby that will go right on a suitcase, because we never have enough hands when we're trying to take all of our projects, all of our tools, everything we want to take to a quilting retreat. This will just slide on the suitcase or one of your rolly bags. So I'll show you how nice everything fits in here. So you can have all 3 pieces together. So you can put your tempered glass piece right here in this front pocket. Maybe we'll put some rulers in there as well. Zip that right up. And then we can take our light board, which you always got to remember to turn off the premium because, you know, when you unplug it, it's still lit. So when you're traveling, you want to just turn that off. You can slide that right in your bag. And then when you are going to your retreats or your classes, you've got all your pieces together. You just keep it all nice and organized. And then that way you have everything you need for your retreat or your class, or even if you just want to store this, because maybe you don't have enough room to keep it out in your craft room, you can just store everything together. That way, when you're needing your light board and your glass mat, you know exactly where it is. Everything is all together right where you left it. So let's do a few things on the light board. Show you a couple of things that I like doing. So I don't know how many of you, maybe put an answer in the chat, how many of you have been doing diamond art? Is there anybody that's into that craft? I started doing that a couple years ago, and oh my goodness, do I love it. I'm sure you can see I've got my diamond art hanging behind me, my gecko back there. I've just really grown to love doing that. And so what I used to do is I used to use the old premium because it was rechargeable. So I could be watching TV, or I could be hanging out with my family, or a couple years ago, I actually broke my foot and I was pretty bored laying in bed, but I was able to use the premium light board and do my diamond art. So I've got one right here to just kind of show you how great this is on the light board. It's kind of one of my bigger ones. This is a nice, beautiful flower design, but without the light, I'm just going to show you guys. It's kind of hard to see these. There's glares and there's dark spots, it doesn't make it really nice to be able to see what you're doing. So with the light underneath, show you guys, look at that. Hopefully you guys can see it. I do not have an overhead camera, so I do apologize about that, but look at how much better you can see the little numbers and the letters. Like I don't know if I would ever even attempt doing diamond art without a light board. So like I said, I used to use the premium, the regular premium, because it's rechargeable. And then when they came out with the premium #2, now look at this. I can hold it in place because of the magnet. Look at that. It's not going to slide down. It's going to stay in place. Oh my gosh, what a game changer. So I can hold it right here at the top. I can put one in the middle if I want. I can put one over here at the bottom. I can just keep it held down so it doesn't move around when I'm trying to do that. So the light boards are great for your diamond art. So if any of the diamond art lovers out there, you definitely need to get yourself a light board. And if you get this package, the bundle, the premium #2, you're going to get the light board, the cutting mat, the beautiful tote to go with it, and the glass mat. So you get all of these 4 pieces together. And don't forget to use your Handmade 10, and you'll save an additional 10% off on anything you buy on our website at cutterpillar.com. So speaking of the magnets, if there's anybody out there that does any embroidery, or if you are doing like tracing any of your patterns, having the magnets will just help with that as well. So I've got this little embroidery pattern. Let's say we'll do this little butterfly right here. So what we're going to do is I'm going to be able to hold it down because of where the plates are, and I'm going to be able to trace. I hope that that is coming across so you can see that. Maybe I'll dim it down just a little bit. Our technology is great, but sometimes it's hard to see how bright that is. But that way, when you start doing your tracing, and say, again, you get somebody at the door, or you've got your kids that need you, or a phone call, this will stay here. So that way, when you come back to your craft, you might be halfway through in a really intricate download, or excuse me, a little intricate design, and you got to come back and you don't want it to move, because if it moves off just a little millimeter, it's going to mess up the whole project. So this will keep it in place. So now with the cutting mat on top, this I really love, because this will take the cut from your X-Acto knife if you're doing fussy cutting, your rotary blade, any rotary blade. So you don't have to have a specific rotary blade. You can use any of your rotary blades. So I don't know how many of you guys have been doing English paper piecing. I'm just starting to kind of learn this. I haven't attempted it yet. I'm still trying to learn how to sew, to be honest with you. So if you're doing your little hexies, this is really cool. So this is like my little hexie design. So normally you're doing this and you put it down and you've got your fabric and you're trying to line it up. So this is cute fabric that I got from, this is a Riley Blake fabric, but this is designed off of a scrapbooking paper, which is really funny because my husband happens to own the company that created this. So it's kind of fun. But normally what you're doing is you've got your fabric here and you take your little template and you put it on top. But I can't see if that's lined up if I've got that letter right in the center. And there's so many shadows getting in the way. So what I like to do is I like to put my little template underneath the mat. See how you can see that template under there? Now I can go through and I can cut these pieces and line up the letters right there because I can see, and I'm not going to ruin my pattern that's underneath the mat. So this is super, super handy to line things up and just get so much more accuracy, especially when you're doing your little shapes. When you're squaring up your pieces, what the light does, like say I've got something very, very dark and I can't see through the fabric necessarily, but what the light does, it's going to help you with your accuracy. Because you can take your ruler and you can make sure that you're going to be straight every time you cut. Because I can see on either side that I'm going to be straight. Again, there's no dark shadows. There's no, I mean, no matter how many lights you have in the room, you yourself will always cause a shadow when you're leaning over to cut out your pieces. So the light prevents those shadows from getting in the way. So I don't know how many of you out there do any mixed media stuff. Mixed media is kind of some fun stuff that I like to do. So that's why I love having the glass mat. And if you check out our bundles, again, this bundle we're talking about today is the premium #2 bundle. So you're going to get the light board, this cutting mat that we've been talking about. You're also going to get the tempered glass piece, and you're also going to get the tote. So definitely check out those bundles. You get all 3 pieces at a discount, and use your code Handmade10, and you're going to save 10% off on top of the already discounted prices. So now I'm going to move off the cutting mat and I'm going to use the glass mat. So again, like I love to do, well, first of all, I'm going to show you. I do these little wood projects. I'm not sure how many of you go and do any wood projects. You can see I've got a finished one right here. Look how cute that is. There's glitter and paint. I painted the whole thing. And this is paper. So what I do is I actually trace out my shapes with the paper on the light board because, of course, I can see so much better. Then I fussy cut it out on top of my cutting mat. And then I get to bring my glass mat over here. And now we get to get messy. So I can take some of my cute little pink paint. And look, I could just pour this right on the glass mat. My light's completely safe. My cutting mat's over here, so I'm not getting that ruined. And now I can just paint my pieces. So this just turns into my whole entire crafting area. It's all lit up. I can see what I'm doing. I can make a mess. So I can paint this. And I could paint all over the glass mat. And I'm not even worried because I can clean this off. And my table stays clean. My light board stays clean. Everything is just in this nice, cute little space. So we're starting to paint a little bit. And then I can like leave this, walk away, go cook dinner, come back. If this dries, I can just use the X-Acto knife to cut it or to scrape it off. Or I always like to keep handy little wipes because if you're just doing a few little projects and you just want to clean that off, look at that. I can clean it right off. And it's all clean. The glass mat is so much fun. Another thing I like to do is I love glitter, but I hate the mess of glitter. So I can just do the glitter right here on the glass mat. Shake it off. Maybe we'll sing a little Taylor Swift song. And now look at, I've got glitter right there. And all the mess is just right here. And I can just clean it off. I can just take it to the kitchen sink and clean it off. And I don't have to worry about any of the mess getting anywhere on my table, on my glass mat, all over my fabric, my light board, all over my fabric. Oh my gosh. I love this glass mat. I actually did a big skeleton last Halloween, and I put little glass tiles all over his plastic body. And that was such a mess. But what we did is we all got glass mats and we're using Mod Podge, and we just did it right here. And then all of my glass mats are nice and clean because I don't have to worry because it's just glass. It's easy to clean off. So just to recap, what you're going to get in the premium #2 bundle, you're going to get the LED light board, our premium #2, that's got the 4 levels of light. You're also going to get the cutting mat that comes with it. The cutting mat has the surface on the back that kind of keeps it in place. And then it's got the surface on the top to kind of keep the fabric in place from moving around. You're going to get that, plus you're going to get this awesome mixed media mat that will take the heat of an iron. So if you're doing fabric or anything like that, you can iron straight here on the glass while it's on top of your light board. And then you're also going to get the glow tote. You're going to get all 3 pieces at a discounted price. So check out that bundle and make sure you use your code handmade10 to receive an additional 10% off on that bundle. In fact, you can use handmade10 on any of our bundles. So definitely go check them all out. How many of you were here yesterday when you saw the big giant sewing and quilting bundle? Holy cow, that was like the whole entire farm. But that one was such a great deal. You got all of those pieces for such a good discount, and then you can save the 10% off. So hopefully you guys had fun yesterday and today with all the presenters. I love the Handmade Collective because we get to like learn new tips and tricks and get lessons on stuff that maybe we didn't even think about.
I know. We did have a question from Louise, and she said,
Okay.
I so wish a glass mat was available for the mini.
Yes.
And unfortunately it's not. And there's a couple of reasons. It's not that we don't want to make a mini one, but we also need the surface area for the heat to disperse to. And when you make it that small, there's nowhere for the heat to go. So it's not just the fact that we can't make a smaller glass. We obviously could, but it wouldn't work the same. And so there's like physics involved that are over my head, but that's the basics of it. Is it's just not big enough to disperse the heat to work in the same way as our other glass mat does. Will super glue come off the glass mat? Elizabeth asked. Do you know the answer to that?
Yes, it will, because like I'm trying to get this paint to dry so I can show you guys how it just scrapes off.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it's hard to see, but yeah, you can just use an X-Acto knife and anything that gets stuck on there, because once the super glue dries, you can just get up under there, scrape it off. And if you guys could, I wish I had a camera above me. Bethany, maybe you need to talk to some people and maybe I can get a camera above me.
I'll get you one, girl. But if I get you one, you're going to be doing more of these with me. You know
that. Yeah. That's okay. I've been having fun. But yeah, it'll scrape right off.
What is the size of the P2 bundle? What is the size of the Premium 2?
The size of the Premium 2 is 13 by 19. That's the entire size of the board. The lighted area is about 11.5 by 16.5. But the mat, the cutting mat, actually covers the entire board. So technically you get a 13 by 19 cutting mat. Yeah. And then the glass is just the lighted area.
Exactly. You don't have to worry about cutting your light board because the mat goes edge to edge.
Right. That was one of the things with the differences with the old Premium, is we did have to worry about cutting the side of the light board. So I love that improvement.
Yes, it is great. Let's see. What other questions do you guys have? And honestly, if you have questions about these products, if you have questions about other products, we talked about a lot of products yesterday, as Keisha mentioned.
We did.
So if there's any questions about any of those products, this is the time to ask us. We can take more questions at the end of the day. But while Keisha's here and while I'm here, please let us know if you've got something in your cart and you're like, I don't think I understand how to use this, or I don't know if this is exactly the right thing I need for what I want to do. This is a great time to ask that question, because we want you to feel super confident about what you're getting. I will say this. All of our products are meant to work together. So it's really hard to make a wrong choice, but if you had to choose between one or the other and you're stuck, this is a great time to kind of ask those questions. How much is the Premium 2 bundle? Let me put it on here. So the Premium 2 bundle is normally $349. It is currently 15% off, which is $297. You would get free shipping on this. Also, if you use your code handmade10, you would get 10% off on top of that. But if you registered for the event, the free VIP registration, that would be a 15% off code that you should have gotten in your email. And if you signed up for the elite experience of our Handmade Collective event, you would have received a 20% off coupon in your email. And by the way, you can use those coupons on top of the sales. That's what they're meant to be there for. It's an extra discount. So we mark things down, and then you can use that extra discount on top of that for Caterpillar products. Okay. Those codes are for Caterpillar products only. So these bundles, and by the way, these bundles are like exclusive to this event. Yes. They aren't around all the time. And the reason we do these
advantage now.
Right, exactly. And the reason we make these bundles and we can discount these bundles is because we're putting multiple products together in a special way. And so we're able to offer a little bit of discount. If you were to buy each of these items a la carte, which you absolutely can do, then
Sure.
it would be more, right? So like that's why we
Yes.
create these fun bundles and these exclusive ones just for this event. Now we talked yesterday a little bit about the mini bonus bundle, which with the
Yeah.
magnets and stuff. So that is the magnetic plates. They're all stuck together. The magnetic
Yes.
plates. It's the
The plates, you got
the thumbs,
magnets, and then you got grippers, right?
the clamps, the mini clamps, which you've got sitting right
Yes.
there. And so this would
Yes.
be a great add-on to any of these bundles. I
Hmm.
know that the Premium 2 has magnets built in, which is great, but these plates can be used underneath the glass mat if you wanted
They
to
could.
hold things in place. They could be used under your flip and fold cutting mat if you wanted. So like these magnetic plates can be used in other places, but you would get, instead of just 2, you would get 4 of the little magnetic thumbs. Look, they just want to be together. They're just stuck
They
together.
do. They're
Can't
so
lose
strong.
them.
No,
They're
you
always
can't.
together.
They're so strong.
If you drop a pin or a needle or something and you can't find it in your rug, just drop one
Oh
of these
yeah,
on the floor and it's just
you'll find it.
you'll
Yeah, I feel
find
like you
it.
could take this along your carpet and just pick up all the little pins that have fallen off, your table, for sure.
Ro asked, where do I find that bundle? Eric was just so sweet to put the link to that bundle, the mini bonus bundle, in the chat. Eric, can you put the link to all of the bundles where I showed those earlier? There's 8 exclusive event bundles. Of course, there's other bundles on our website, so they're discounted.
Yes.
But we've got 8 new ones just for this event, and he's gonna send you a link to those so you can go through all of our new bundles. Can I use, Linda, can I use my $25 gift card with all the discounts? Absolutely. That's
Yes,
like
you
cash money
can.
in your pocket, girl. Use it.
Woohoo.
Absolutely. She won a gift card in my private Zoom with the elite members the other day.
That's right. That's
So
right.
congrats to her.
And I saw you gave a bunch of gift cards yesterday too.
I did. And I actually have been manipulating the spin to win to change things up a little.
Oh,
Gift cards are
fun.
great, but like,
Yeah. It's fun to win something. Win one of our products.
Gift cards are great, and we send that via email and you get it very quickly. But sometimes it's just nice to get something in the mail. And
Yes.
who doesn't love Happy Mail that isn't like a bill?
Right.
Which I need to pay mine later.
Yeah.
All right.
I think I have a pile of them I need to look at.
Probably. Why don't we do another spin to win while you're here hanging out
Let's
with me?
do that. Yes, that'd be so fun.
Oh, okay. Well, let me see here. Whoop, there we go.
Real quick, while you're getting the spin to win, just a reminder, premium number 2, you're going to get the premium number 2 light board. You're going to get the glass mat. You're also going to get that cute little tote so you can keep everything together. Check out that bundle, premium number 2. It's on a great discount. Don't forget to use your Handmade 10 to save your 10% off on top of that already great discount.
Awesome. Do you want to pick the question this time and the number?
The question. Let's see.
I know.
What would be the question?
And they have to put a number in the chat.
A number. Okay, so put a number 5 in the chat if you have already started your Halloween decorations.
Ooh, good question. Put a number 5 in the chat if you've already started
Number
decorating
5.
for Halloween or fall. Yeah.
Or fall, same Halloween, fall. Look at all those 5s. Yay, good job, guys.
Mine has been up for weeks. If this does gift card, what should we pick? Let's just pick one.
Oh,
Glow Mini, Flip and
Have we given away a swivel? That might be fun.
We have now
Swivel, yay! Who's gonna win the swivel?
All right, Eric's closing his eyes. I can see him down there going like this so he can pick a winner.
Perfect.
For a swivel. I love it. Look, this is when we go rogue and we get to have fun.
I know, we just get to give away whatever we want.
All the prizes.
Hopefully Santa Nathan's not watching.
Right? Let me put a note in here. Oh, Yolanda Williamson.
Yay, Yolanda. Congratulations.
I love it. Congrats. You just won a swivel, which if you don't know what the swivel is, I've got mine right here.
Oh, good. The swivel's great because it will actually work on most of our light boards.
Yes, it does. So the swivel is a rotating cutting mat. So it works on ball bearings, and you can cut and trim your blocks right here on the swivel. And when you slightly push down, it stops spinning. And when you let go, you can keep rotating and then line up your ruler and keep cutting. It is so helpful, especially when doing piecing and cutting of blocks. I absolutely love this. Yolanda, do me a favor and send an email to support@caterpillar.com. Send an email to support@caterpillar.com. Yolanda, still watching. Send us an email with your full name, your mailing
and your address,
and that you won the swivel. Because Keisha over here behind the scenes is helping us give out all these. So you got to email us. You got to tell us where to send it, and you got to remind us what you
which prize you won. Please do that.
It is. Yeah, it makes it. Otherwise, she's messaging me and going, "Wait, who won what?" And I'd make note of it just in case. But
yes,
Melody likes to serve margaritas. Just another idea for the holidays. Yes, she does. She likes to take the cutting mat off, which is a nice thick cutting mat, by the way.
You can do that. It is a nice cutting mat, and it's reversible. You can actually cut on both sides.
Mm-hmm. So anyways, yeah, you can use this as a Lazy Susan serving tray. So congratulations, Yolanda. We'll send you a swivel as soon as you email us.
Yep.
That.
And you guys, you know what? If you get the premium #2 package, you get the light board, the cutting mat, the glass mat, and the bag. And if you decide to add the swivel to this package, the swivel will fit inside your tote with your light board and your glass mat, just so you know.
Yeah, you can put a lot in those totes.
You can. You can just bring the whole farm with you if you want.
Yeah. Yeah, they're nice and sturdy. Well, this has been fun. Do you guys have any other questions? We've got just a few more minutes before our next teacher comes on. But if you have any other questions, let us know. I will say this, if you're putting numbers in the chat, then you might not be watching live. And so you might want to make sure you're scrolling ahead in the live stream. If you started a little late today, scroll ahead to the current live stream. You can always go back and watch the replay later, but that way you don't miss out on these spin to wins, because they only happen live and then they're gone.
And you never know when Bethany's going to just pull out the spin to win. You just never know.
You want to do another one right now?
Yeah, why not?
Okay, one more.
Sure.
Let's spin it for just fun.
Okay, just see what happens.
Lisa, the replay, as soon as the live is done, it stays on our YouTube channel, so you can go back and watch it anytime. We're going to give away a clamp light. Let's give away a clamp light. Awesome. All right, so let's pick another question.
And this is the clamp light that we're spinning for, right? That we're going for right now.
What should our question be? Ooh.
You got a good question?
No. I haven't had enough caffeine today. I stayed up really late last night working, so
I bet. I know. I got a pretty late email from you. I was like, oh, she's still at it.
I know. Well, I mean, I'm live all day. The work's still got to get done later.
That's true.
Have an idea. Hold on. Come here. You want to say hi?
Oh.
So this is Biscuit. She's not been feeling well, so she's hanging out with me here in the studio. Can you say hi?
Poor thing. Hi, Biscuit.
Her little tummy's upset, but she is 9 years old. So why don't you put the number 9 in the chat?
There we go.
Put the number 9 in the chat for Biscuit, because she's 9 years old.
She's so cute. So cute.
She's so pitiful. She's not feeling so good.
That's a bummer when they don't feel good.
She got into something she shouldn't have, and she's had a rough couple of weeks trying to get it out of her system. So we've had a couple of emergency vet visits and all.
Oh my goodness.
So she's been in here this whole time, and she was in here all day yesterday, and you guys didn't even know.
Oh, she just doesn't want to leave her mama.
Put the number 9. Eric's going to pick a winner. Who's going to be the lucky Biscuit winner for
that wins this beautiful clamp light right here?
I say hello. All right, who's our winner, Eric? You gonna celebrate them?
Where's the winner? Who won?
Brenda.
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 Yay!
Let me write this down real quick. Brenda J8689. Okay. Brenda, please send us an email to support@caterpillar.com with your mailing address, your full name, and that you want a clamp light, and we'll get that sent off to you. You got to email us if you want to get it.
Yeah, please email us, you guys. Please.
We don't know when we're doing it live like this and we see your YouTube or Facebook name. That's all we see. So
Yes,
we don't know how to get
exactly.
a hold of
We
you.
don't know who's what, where they come from.
Yeah, awesome. All right, so we've done 2
Okay.
more spin to
Yay.
wins. We gave away a swivel. We gave away a clamp light. So
Clamp
congratulations to Yolanda and Brenda. This was super fun. It's always
It
fun to
was
do it with
fun.
you. Yeah. Thank
Yeah, it
you.
was fun.
Now you're coming back tomorrow too, right?
Yes, we're talking about the light up bundle.
Which is all of the flex light. It's like the
The
ultimate
flex light, the flex
Yeah,
and cradles, clamp light. Yeah, we're going to talk about
all
more
the
light
lights.
tomorrow. I
All
mean,
the lights.
if y'all haven't realized, we like light here over at Caterpillar. We like everything to be bright.
I mean, I wear glasses for a reason. I need all the help I can get. So, well, Keisha, thank you so much for hanging out with us
Thank
today, and we'll
you.
see you tomorrow.
Sounds good.
Everybody say
Thanks,
bye to the chat.
everybody. Happy
All right.
crafting. Bye.
All right, so this has been fun. I hope you guys are energized after those 2 spin to wins, because we are about to jump into our third and final teacher for the day. And I'm really excited to introduce to you Leslie with Leslie Quilts. I'm going to bring her to stage. Hello.
Hello.
How are
How
you?
are
You look
you?
colorful today. I love it.
Colorful. Yes. I know. I was thinking as I was getting ready this morning, I've talked to you a few times this week. And I'm like, do I have to dress up today? Do I have to do my makeup today?
I've had to every day this
going to
week.
recognize me when I come on screen. So
I know. We were talking about it the other day. I was like, yeah, normally I only do the hair and makeup on the days that I have to be on camera, and that has been every day this week. So my skin needs a break. What are you teaching us today?
So today we're going to talk a little bit about collage, and I love doing collage. I learned it from my friend Rochelle, and if you guys listen to our podcast, Inappropriate Quilters, she's the one that actually taught me how to do this in the first place, and she messaged me. It was so funny because she saw what I was teaching. She's like, "Aren't you glad I taught you?" And I'm like, "Yes, I am." So, but I love collage. I think it's a lot of fun. It's a nice change up from just doing quilting, because I love quilting. It's my heart, but sometimes you need a little change of pace, and it also can help you on the quilting side as well. So that's what we're going to talk about today.
I'm excited. You guys get super excited. Heidi says, Inappropriate Quilters, where do I sign up? It's a podcast that Rochelle and Leslie have together. It's super fun. Where can they tune into the podcast?
Anywhere you stream podcasts. So your Apple Podcast, Spotify, anywhere you can just go in, type Inappropriate Quilters. And the first episode is the worst. It goes up from there. So
by the way, Rochelle, I don't know how else to describe Rochelle. I've hung out with Rochelle. She came to my last sewing retreat that I had, and she's a hoot and a half. I mean, I know that's a Southern saying, but it's like she is a hoot and a half. She's not just funny. She's overly funny. She's such a personality, and you guys balance each other so well. It's a really fun podcast to listen to. So if you need something to listen to while you're quilting or making a collage, like Leslie's going to teach you today, that's a fun one to tune into. So I'm going to bounce out and let you teach us all about collage quilting.
Sounds great. Thank you so much. So thank you, Caterpillar, for inviting me to come and do this today. I'm really excited to be a part of the Caterpillar family of affiliates, and I love their tools, all of them. But today I'm going to highlight just one of my favorites, and it's the Mini. And the Glow Mini is my favorite because I can take it on any kind of little trip. If I'm going to retreat, it can just slide in my bag, and it doesn't take up a lot of room, and it does all the things I need it to do. So we're going to talk a little bit about collage first. One of the things that you're going to need a few different tools of the trade. So what I'm going to show you today, you're going to need your pattern. We're going to be making this cutie pie. I told my friend Kara, she's one of my good friends, she's actually been traveling. I said, you don't get your birthday present until you get back, because I need to use it for a demo. So this is actually her birthday present. And I love doing little things like this because it reminds me, she loves pincushions. She's crazy about them. And so I thought this one was really cute. This is a Laura Heine collage pattern, and she does these cute little minis. And this is one of the whatevers. And so this is number 31 by Laura Heine. She's got several different patterns that she uses, and I just think this one is darling. She's got another one, and I'll show you a few different ones. You can do, I'm going to do this one for another friend of mine. I hope she doesn't watch. But you can also, she also has these really great big ones. And this is, I think the lighting is kind of messing with this. So I'm going to open this up a little bit so you can see this one. I'm going to do this one with my grandkids because I think this would be super fun. You'll see how easy this is. You're basically creating a bunch of stickers with fabric. If you've never done this before, you're going to have a blast. So I just wanted to give you a few other options to show you how fun this can be. You're going to love it. If you've never done it, it's time to jump into the collage world. Also, I will tell you the Glow Mini. I love this little case that you can get to go with it. It's I already have it open. It's even got a little strap, but you can store your Glow Mini. You can store your little tights in here, the magnets, everything, your scissors, everything you need to do a little collage can fit in this little bag. And that's why I love it. So I wanted to share that with you too. They've got those available as well. So we're going to get started, and I'm going to show you all the tools that you're going to need. So I personally love some Karen K. Buckley scissors. The blue are my favorite for these projects just because they're perfect in your hand. They are serrated and they just cut beautifully. So I would say grab you one of those. You need a little iron. You don't need a big one. These are, this is going to be one of those projects where you just sit and you get to enjoy. And then you're also going to need some Steam A Seam 2. I like Seam A Steam 2 because it is double-sided. It's double-sided fusible. So when you're making these kinds of projects, it makes it so much easier for you to go ahead and also make your stickers out of your fabric, but also cut them, make them any shape you need to. So Steam A Seam 2 is definitely going to be the thing that you're going to need. And you're also going to need one of these fusible mats. And so they come in different sizes and shapes. And John, you might give me a full screen. There you go. This one is a big one, but they come in smaller sizes. If you're interested in doing a lot of collage, I would recommend getting the big one because you're gonna use it over and over and over again. The smaller one is really nice for projects like this, but I use this a lot, so I went ahead and got the big one, and it still works just fine for whatever you're gonna do. So that's one of the things that you're gonna need, and you're also going to need your fantastic Mini. So your Glow Mini. What I love about the Glow Mini, it's got the self-healing mat on the top, but it has 4 levels of lighting. So it, depending on what you need, it's going to be the perfect level of lighting for you. So I just think it's great. So we will get into that shortly, but we have to prep our fabric first. So I've gone ahead and prepped some parts of the fabric just so that we could kind of get a head start and not get too far behind, because I only have 45 minutes and I could chat and talk. Not quite as much as my friend Rochelle, but I can do it. I've prepped some of these fabrics already. You'll notice, I'm going to sit this up to the side. You'll notice this is already fused, and this is Steam A Seam 2. And Steam A Seam 2, when you get it, it comes, there's 2 sides, obviously, and there's a side with some grids. You can see there the little yellow grids, and you may hear a little dingly dangling. That's my PJ. That's my little doggy. She's 9 like Biscuit. So number 9 for Biscuit. Anyways, the other side is just plain. So I like to peel that. You peel this apart, and you'll see that there's some sticky on one side, and you'll have the paper on the other side. So when you peel this apart, you can peel this completely apart and lay all the fabrics that you're going to need to use for your project right on there. And you're going to do that facing up. Now, then you're going to fuse this. Well, you may be thinking, oh my gosh, you've got all this fusible left. You're going to typically fill this in with all of your fabrics. So I'm going to pull a couple other different fabrics that I know that I'm going to need. So we'll cut this as well. We can stick this on here. We can stick, oh, this is a cute one. I could use this as well. And this is using all my fun scraps. I've got tons of Lori Holt scraps just sitting around. I don't know about you, but I've got tons of them. Okay, so we don't need that, but we will need this. So we now have what what you see there, you're going to have a little bit of leftover. That is okay because you've got this mat that is going to help you with your fusibles. So we're going to pull this over here and I'm going to lay this on top. Oh my gosh. I think I had a spider crawling on the table. That's hilarious. Oh my gosh. And we're going to just press it on. And the great thing about these fusible mats is that it will not stick to that fusible part. So the fusible part will stay where it's supposed to be, and you want to get it really nice and hot. And there you go. And you can see it's stuck here, but your fusible is still left over, which is awesome. And my surface does not have a bunch of glue. So these come in really handy when you're trying to do projects like collage. So I'm going to move this out of the way. And then you could cut these apart however you want to do that. I've got lots of different pieces here already prepared just because I thought, oh, we'll kind of get a little head start. Now you don't want to peel your paper off completely, and I'm going to show you why you don't want to do that. So we're going to pull over our mini. Oh, I love this thing so much. And now let's see if I can find my buried pattern. There it is. And we're going to turn this mini on. And you actually don't need the mat for this. Hopefully you guys can see that. It looks like it's kind of showing through. You know what? I tell you, I did a photocopy. Let's see if that'll be better. You're not supposed to photocopy, but I'm not selling these. That might be better. Yes. All right. Hopefully everybody can see that. So what we're going to do, we're going to say, okay, I want to make this part of my tomato pincushion. I'm going to do this in this hot pink gingham because, oh my gosh, isn't that darling? So what you're going to do here is you're going to peel back your sticker. And you can see that you've got that sticker created here and your paper here. We don't want to pull it completely off. We're going to just pull it off to the side like that. And we're going to use a number 2 pencil. Don't you love number 2 pencils? I mean, it brings back all the good vibes from school. We're going to do a little tracing. I'm going to trace over that line. And the reason you want to use a number 2 pencil is because you can actually see through that paper to the other side with it. You might think, oh, could I use a Sharpie? I mean, you can, but I just have found that the number 2 pencils actually work better. And then we're going to fold that fabric right back in place, just like that. So now you can actually see, hopefully you can see that where I drew that line. And that gives me a starting point on where I can cut. And so we're going to use some Karen K. Buckley scissors. Does everybody lose all their scissors and stuff underneath the underneath all the fabrics and their projects like I do? It's like a constant battle for me. It is a constant battle. And I apologize in advance for all the sniffles because I've got some serious Oklahoma allergies happening right now. Okay. So there we go. There's that first piece. And you can kind of see we've got that first piece cut out. So now we're going to go on to the next one. So I'm going to set this to the side. And we'll hope that we don't lose it. I'm going to sit it to the side while I make the next part. All right, so this next part we could do with this little cute polka dot. So I'm going to peel it back again, but not all the way. And I'm just eyeballing like where it would go underneath that leaf. And we're going to just outline that, tracing it. This is like grade school fun projects, like when you were a kid. I love stuff like this. It just kind of brings back good memories. Okay, we're going to put that back down. You can see it there through the paper. And so we're going to cut that out. And the best thing to do when you're cutting, honestly, is to just cut moving your paper, moving your fabric, leaving your scissors kind of in place instead of cutting with your scissors. Let the scissors do the work, and then have that fabric, just move the fabric into the edges of the scissors. Okay, so I'm going to set that to the side. Let's take a look at that. We've got this piece, and now we have this piece that's going to go right next to it. So we're just going to keep building our tomato pincushion. This is so cute. I may have to keep this one myself because it's kind of cute. Okay, I'm going to pick another fabric that I've already probably prepared. And when you start doing collage, you're going to find that you're going to have so much fabric already prepped. You're going to have tons of the stuff left over because it's just, you get into a mode making these, and it's just a lot of fun. Okay, this one peeled off because I wasn't careful enough, but that's okay. I'm going to do this next section with this red one. And then we're going to put that over, and we're going to cut again. You guys are going to love how this all comes together. If you've not done collage, it is a nice break from quilting if you're a quilter. I will tell you, one of the ways I use this in quilting is when I rescue a vintage quilt that might have like lots of holes in it. It's a good opportunity for you to cover that up with some applique, and using these types of methods really kind of helps that go quicker. All right, let's see. What else do I have? Do I have another one that'll fit that spot? It looks like that one will, but I've got to make sure I don't chop anything off. So I'm going to peel that back. And we're going to trace. I may have to prep a little more fabric. That's okay. And collage is so forgiving. You can do it however you want. That's what I love about it. It's very artistic. It's your own creation, however you want to do it. But I think it's very fun. And who doesn't like just to grab their scissors every once in a while with a fun project like that?
Hey, Leslie, we had a question about what fusible are you using. Can you show that again?
Yeah, I'm using Steam a Seam 2. So, and it's on a roll, but you can get it in packages, or I think they sell them in different kinds of packages, but you can get them on Amazon. A lot of your local quilt shops will carry these as well. I like getting it on a roll because I use a lot of it. So I recommend getting a roll of it. It goes a long way. So that's a great question. Okay. And then I think this one will fit here. Bethany, thank you for jumping in. Usually it's so funny because my husband is usually on my live streams, and he's the one, monitoring questions for me. And so it's kind of fun to have somebody else monitor. I'm sure he appreciates it too. He is in here helping with video today, so I appreciate him. Oh, and I want to talk about why we do this way as well. The paper, if you fused it, if you did it a different way, if you did not draw on the paper on the inside, then it would be reversed. So if you were to flip it over and just do it on the paper side and then draw, it would not be correct because you wouldn't have that perfect image. It would be reversed. So I didn't talk about that, but I think that's important to know why we do it this way. Okay. And Laura Heine, any of her patterns you can find in your local quilt shops usually have some of them. I know mine does, or you can find them online as well. Okay, so that is that piece. And we've got one more to go. Oh, that's a cute one. All right, so that'll go over that section. This is how fast this is, and you know, of course, who doesn't need a fast project too? Like if you've got a friend's gift that you need to do, and you want to do something personal, but you don't have tons of time to do it, this is a really good option. And I'm going to show you how I'm going to finish her gift so that you can kind of have an idea of how to do it as well. And that is going to be our last red piece for the tomato. Oh, so cute. This one might have to be mine. Bethany, how am I doing on time? I don't want to run too long. I know you were on a tight
You're good.
schedule.
You've got like 30 minutes.
Oh,
right?
wow.
30 minutes.
Okay.
You're doing
Awesome.
good.
I'm doing really good. I'm usually not this fast, so I don't know how that's all happening, but okay. And then we're going to do.
We're going till it's 1:30 Mountain Time, so that's 2:30 your time. See?
Okay.
But we do have a giveaway to give away at the end, so we need to
That's
save time
right.
for that. All right.
That's right.
We have a question. Could you use a scan and cut for this?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, you definitely could.
That's a good question.
That's a great question. That is a really good question. Yeah, you totally could do that. If you have one, you must be very, very blessed. I do not have a scan and cut, but gosh, those are so cool. You would miss out on all the fun of playing with Karen K. Buckley scissors. And you can see, hopefully, let me move this over here. You can see I'm kind of just building this in just a little dry format so that I can make sure I'm not missing any pieces. And so this last piece is going to be the leaves. And so we're going to peel that back, and you can see I've used this before. Let me see if I want to make sure I cover every part of that. It's probably best to go this way. Yep. So I'm going to peel this back, and we're going to trace. And I could use my magnets, and I just did not this time, but that's okay. You could totally use your magnets with this project. I just move fast and furious, and so I did not grab them. Okay, so I've drawn my leaf. Oh my gosh, super cute. And this is this one kind of gets in the nooks and crannies a little bit with your scissors, and that's why I really like this size of Karen K's. There also, she's got some bigger scissors as well, and smaller ones, but this is that perfect little size that just works for most projects. And so I find myself gravitating to the blue ones on a regular basis. And I cut that big piece off. I'm so glad everybody joined today. I know it's the last one in the day, but hopefully it's worth your while. And we're just having a little fun cutting some collage. And Rochelle will be so proud. And my paper's coming off. Just make sure you keep it lined up. And we're almost there. And then we're going to get to put this together. And I'm going to show you how fun it is to put this whole thing together. It's super cool how this gets built. Okay. So I'm going to actually leave my mini on, and I'm going to start building this out, but I'm going to build it on top of my fusible mat. So that's what's great about having that mini in place. You can put your fusible mat right on top, and we're going to start building. We're going to start building it, and you're going to pull your paper off the back now, and we're going to just stick it down. It's like a sticker, and it will stick. I've got a fan blowing in here, and so my papers are kind of flying around. We're just going to start building out our little tomato and sticking it down. I think these are super fun. It's like, I love the whole idea of like creating stickers out of fabric. I don't know about you. And stickers are a big deal lately. So I think the possibilities are kind of endless here. Okay. I'm going to put this one over here. And it is covering up that, the little bitty tomato there coming off the side. That's okay. I can still see it through. You may not be able to see it through the camera, but you would be able to see it at home on where to place it. Okay. And then we're going to put this one right here in the middle. So this is all stuck down as little stickers. And then I had the little tomato that's dangling off the side. How cute. We're going to stick it right there. And we're going to get the green. Oh, I forgot to cut the little. Let's do that real quick. Forgot to cut the little leaves there. So let's do that. I got in a hurry. I'm not giving this one away. I think I'm going to keep this one. This one needs to go in my quilt room. Okay, so that's better. And so now it is all stuck down. And I'm going to turn the mini off so you can see that. Okay, so you should be able to see that little tomato, and we've got everything cut. It's all looking pretty. And I'm going to move my mini out of the way because I don't want to get that hot. And we are going to press that. And I'm going to use this pressing. These fusible mats come with a pressing mat. I doubt I have anything on here, but I don't want to get anything. And what we're doing now is we're creating a big sticker, which is really fun. So we had all those little bitty stickers that we were creating in the collage, but now this is going to become a big sticker. And you'll see how cool this is when I want to get it really nice and hot. Okay, I'm going to move that out of the way. I'm going to let that cool just a bit. And I went ahead and pre-cut this piece, and you'll see why I did that. So I'm going to show you how this looks. Now we can peel this right up as one big sticker, which is so fun. And you know, your girlfriends, you're all ready to go out to celebrate somebody's birthday, and oh my gosh, I forgot a gift. Well, now you have no excuse. So I'm going to center that. I just eyeball it. That's just how I roll. And now that I know that that's where I want it, I am going to press this onto my fabric. And what's cool about these types of projects is that, you know, in quilting, I'm always coming across a quilt that has a hole in it. You could make a sticker out of fabric and create a really cute applique to go over that hole, and you've saved that quilt. And there's no reason for it to go anywhere. It just save it. So there you go. Look how cute this is. Oh, I went kind of crazy there for a second. That's it. That's how that works. And then what you can do after that, you can blanket stitch around it. If you've got a sewing machine that has a blanket stitch, you can hand stitch around it to give it a personal touch. There's all kinds of ways that you can finish that. You could even do a straight stitch if you wanted to, or you just leave it like this, which is what I'm going to do. And I'm going to show you how I'm going to handle giving this away to my friend. So this is the one I made for her. And I ordered these little frames on Amazon. they were like, I don't know, I got like 4 in a pack. So I have 4 besties, and I made sure that I had enough for all of them. And I have a specific, I went and looked at all the Laura Heine patterns that she had available and see which ones went best for my friends. And it's just kind of fun to sit and spend some time making something special for them. Okay, so when you get these, they come with these little peel off things that drive me crazy. And you have to peel it off of both sides. But once you do, that's done. But I want to make sure that I've got the right size for my right there. So I can center that on that glass, and I'm just going to draw around it. If you had a rotary cutter, which I do, but I don't have it handy, you could just cut around that. And I'm just going to trim it. And then you'll have a really cute gift for your friend. I made one for my friend Jeannie. She loves alligators. She is obsessed with alligators. And I found a Laura Heine that was an alligator, and I made that for her birthday. And then I also, my friend Renee, she is totally into all things like disco, 70s. She's just really fun. And I love like seeing what she's always doing stuff real colorful and fun. So I found these roller skates that Laura Heine had, and oh my gosh, they were so cute. So I was obsessed with it. So I had to make that for her, and she loved it. So cute. Okay, almost done. And then we'll put it in the glass, and it'll be ready to gift to my friend. This would be great gifts for teachers. You could do embroidery with their names even on it. I mean, it's so cute. Okay. All right. So we'll put this in just like that. And I always keep all the padding with it. I know that, and then you've got to double check and make sure you've got it facing the right way. And then you're going to have a really cute gift to give to your friend. Do Christmas gifts. You could do birthday presents, all kinds of fun things to create with collage. So I hope you found that really interesting and fun, and that you try your own hand at collage, because I think it's super neat. You can make gifts, but also save the quilts. I should have like a whole thing of like hashtag save the quilts, because I just bought this this quilt. When I go to antique shops, I find quilts all the time, and they always, are gorgeous. I got this one for like $30, which was just incredible, but there's a big hole in it. And so now I'm on a mission of finding which collage am I going to do to save this quilt. And so I think it's just a really fun way to take antique quilts, vintage quilts that you see in quilt shops, grab them at estate sales, garage sales. People just, don't know the value of these, and they are so precious to us. So I think grab these opportunities to save these quilts. If there's a hole in it, now you know how to save it. Don't worry about trying to find a perfect way to patch that hole. Hashtag save the quilts. I love that. So this is the perfect way to do that. I think that you can definitely invest in these types of things, but yeah, hashtag save the quilts.
This was so fun. I love the idea of framing things like that. I did some like foundation paper piecing block, and I was like, I'm framing this because I loved it so much. I was like, I want this hanging on my wall. And like I've done this before. Grab a frame, put your prized project in it, I mean, use it as art. It's so fun. And you can see Leslie likes to put color on her wall too. So
everywhere, color everywhere.
Now, we had some questions about the quilt behind you. I'm actually going to make our videos a little wider. With the sewing machines and the irons and stuff, do you know that pattern off the top of your head?
Yeah, this is Lori Holt's Sew by Row, and it's so fun. It is probably one of the most fun quilts I've ever made. And what I like about it, and I hate sewing on buttons. I will tell you, I hate it. But it does have buttons on it, and it just makes the quilt. And so I'm like, okay, it makes sense here. I will put buttons on here. But it's so colorful and fun, and it's a staple in my room. So yeah, Lori Holt.
I love it. It's beautiful. Well, you have something as a giveaway.
I do, yes. That a bundle, and now I can't find it. It's in here somewhere, I'm telling you. But you have a picture of it somewhere, I think, too. So
it is on your blog.
It is
on your blog. And let me actually pull that up real quick, because I don't know if I can. Let's do this real quick.
It's super cute. Of course, I only collect cute fabric. That's the whole, People say, oh, the ugly fabric, don't worry about ugly fabric. I don't know what that even means.
Here's the blog for Leslie.
Fabric is.
There it is.
Yes. So beautiful.
Yes. So Leslie so generously is donating this fat quarter bundle of beautiful fabrics as a giveaway. There you go.
Just found it. There we go.
Awesome. So someone is going to win that. And in order to win our giveaways that are donated by our teachers or from Caterpillar, you have to be registered for the event or an elite member of the event to enter those giveaways. And our winner for this fat quarter bundle from Leslie is Holly Warren from Lancaster, Pennsylvania. Congratulations, Holly.
Congrats, Holly. Thanks for being here.
Yeah. So Holly, I'm going to send your information over to Leslie so she can send that off to you. Congratulations. And if you make something with it, I'm sure Leslie would love to see. So be sure to go follow Leslie. All of her information's in her blog post that Eric shared in the chat. There's information about what she made today. There's information about how to follow Leslie on social media and check her out there. And also you need to go check out the Inappropriate Quilters podcast, because they're a lot of fun to listen to. Awesome. Well, Holly, congratulations on that. And yeah, thank you so much for being with us today, Leslie. This was super fun.
Yeah. Thanks for the invite. Loved it.
Of course. Now, Leslie will be joining us in the Zoom this afternoon with our elite members. So if you still have questions for Leslie, that's a great time to ask those, and she'll be hanging out with us and be happy to answer those questions. So if you haven't joined our elite member experience, it is still available for you to do so. There's still time to do so, and you'll get that Zoom link to hang out with us after hours. All right. Thanks, Leslie. I'll see you in a little bit.
Yeah, you bet. See ya.
Bye. All right. We've gone through 3 amazing teachers, and I have to say we have just a little bit left for you. I do have another demonstration for you and a little review of the laser cut quilt kits. Remember Diana that I played her video this morning to kick things off, and she shared her favorite Caterpillar products that she uses to make laser cut quilt kits? Well, now she's going to share some other information with us and walk us through a full demonstration of how to do and use laser cut quilt kits. So I'm going to tee that up in just a second. Let me get that added. Let's see here. Are you guys having fun? This has been so much fun. I just love these events so much. Where is my videos? There we go. Here we go. Sorry, I clicked on the wrong folder. All right, so I'm going to show you a quick tutorial video where she walks through how to do one of her kits. And then I'm going to show you another video of a quick overview of all of the new kits currently available over at Caterpillar.com, which I know Eric will put a link to in the chat.
Talk about our laser cut kits. Here's the one we're going to work on today, but let me show you what comes inside one. So in your kit, here's a picture, and it's a colored picture of what it looks like. You're going to get instructions on the back that tell you how to make it. You are going to get a part number guide. What a part number guide is this helps me know which piece goes where. So I can show you that this one is P314. That means it goes on square 3 and it's piece 14. And I know that it's yellow. What I like to do when I get this piece is I will take this, and you're going to see the laser cut pieces in just a minute. I will take this and I will match it up to that color of fabric. I'll turn these over and I will number them with a pencil before I even cut them out. So then they look like this, so that they have their number and the place that they go. The next thing you're going to see in yours is a layout guide. This is what a layout guide, and this is for every square, and each square has its own layout guide, and we're going to be working with the layout guide 1 today. So this is my layout guide. What's awesome about this is each piece is numbered, and it tells me right where to iron down each piece. The next thing you're going to get are all your pieces. And like I just showed you a minute ago, all the pieces are lasered cut. Here's your pieces. Can you imagine tracing and cutting out some of these pieces? That's how I used to do it, not anymore. So what I do is I turn them over, I layer them. Each one has a tab on it. And those little tabs, all I'm going to do is take my scissors and clip those tabs, and those pieces will come out. So here's all your pieces cut out for this product, and each one will have the layout guide. So let's get started. We are going to do panel 1. The other thing I will do, I'll show you this quick, is each one of these little baggies is a different panel. So I will put them into little bags, so each one has its own bag, and all I lay out is the panel I'm working on. So if you're working on several different ones, that helps. The other thing I can do is I can number my pieces so that I only am working with 1 through 20, or I'm working through a set that I can just have those out. So here's my next thing I'm going to do. I'm going to take my fabric, fold it in half, and fold it in half again. I'm going to put a small crease into this corner, because this is going to give me a matchup to this T right here. That makes sure your fabric is down even. Okay, I'm going to look for that T. I'm going to line it up both ways. Then I'm going to put my magnets into place, which will hold my fabric and my paper down while I'm ironing on pieces. So here are my pieces. They are all laid out, ready to put down. I kind of put them in sections of which ones are going down first, and then I'm just ready to start laying down pieces and iron them on. So let's get started. Here's piece number 1. It's one of my skis. I'm going to peel off the backing. I now have the adhesive on the material, and I'm going to line it up with number 1. This way you don't have to guess where the pieces go. It tells you right where they are. I'm going to just kind of tap it down in place first. Okay, that one's down. And then I can take my big iron and I can iron that piece down. That's one snowman done. My next one, I'm going to do this one, this one, this one, so that I have all 4 ready to go. So let me show you what the whole quilt's going to look like. Is it going the right way? I forget that this one's hanging upside down, so I'm always trying to get him to be face up. So here's our finished product. This one I really like because it can be left up even into January. because of the snowman on it. Here's our tutorial for today. Hope you get this kit and you enjoy making it.
All right. How easy is that? Laser cut quilt kits really does make doing applique super easy, and you can get so much detail because they laser cut all the pieces for you. So you can get right to the fun part, right? All right, now I do have one more little video from Diana, and she's going to show you all of the different new kits that are available over at Caterpillar.com. These are all brand new. We've just added them to our website earlier this week, and so I'm going to show you that quick video. And then we have our big giveaway to still do today. So hang tight for that.
Caterpillar right now is actually offering some of the laser cut kits. Let me show you what kits that you can get. And some of them you can bundle. So you can order the kit and your glass and your board and cut your price of shipping. So let's show you a couple of them. Here's the one that we just started. This one is Celebrate the Seasons. We have Be Kind. We have Hello Honey. Holly Ganesha. This one's a new one we have. I like to party, and by partying, I mean stay home. It has a little house. And so that's one of our new ones that we just have. This one is Just So Happy. This one we have cut multiple times because it's so popular. This is another one of our popular ones. Measure once, cuss twice. Here's another one of ours. It's not messy. I just have everything on display. And here's Oh Christmas Dear. We have a few of them and we can show you that we actually have them made up, but we want to make sure that we don't have all of them. So we want to make sure that if you want to know their sizes, you can go on the website and they can tell you what the finished product is. But let's show you a few of them. This one's getting ready to be stitched down. It's not messy. I just have everything on display. Measure once, cuss twice. And I like to party, and by that I mean stay. It has a little house and sewing machine. And here's Oh Christmas Dear. We have one more, I forgot it. This is called Persnickety. Our last one is, this is Persnickety. This is a full quilt. This one actually has all the pieces to make this. So you're going to get everything, all the leaves, all the flowers, everything in order to make this beautiful quilt. If you'd like the sizes on the other ones and want to see those you can check in with Caterpillar and that you can see those sizes.
All right. Aren't those beautiful? That persnickety one is the one that I want to do so bad, but it is a big quilt. But that reindeer, I think they're just all so beautiful. They use the best colors, the best fabrics, and it's just so easy and so fun. And I love those quick projects. I mean, you just saw Leslie's sewing space where she was demonstrating her collage quilting and her background with all of the beautiful colors hanging on the wall. And these wall hanging quick projects are perfect to do so. I feel like I need to put one right here behind me. Yeah, Lisa, the deer is absolutely stunning. Absolutely stunning. All right, so we are wrapping up the day, and you know what time it is? It's time to say hello to Nathan. So I'm going to bring Nathan to stage. I see him taking a sip of his drink. You ready, Nathan? He's giving me the thumbs up. Hey, how are you?
Yeah, doing well. Thank you.
We've had a jam-packed day.
I can see that. I want to just ask everybody this question who's watching. One of the things that we're going to do is we're going to talk about a little bit of a recap. Again, I want to thank Bethany for all of the time, all the things that you've done to put together, all of our amazing teachers and educators and the influencers who are here and everybody who's joining us. But really quick, let's see a lot of people saying, hi, everybody. Glad to be able to be here. Let me just ask you this. And I just thought about this, Bethany, on the last one again. I think that we all we have different seasons of the year. We have different seasons and times of the month and times of the week, right? So sometimes we're like, hey, I feel like I have some more time to spend, and I'm going to use puzzles. I'm curious if anybody here does puzzles. Randomly, quick story. My wife and I bought a puzzle recently. I wanted a 1,000-piece puzzle, and we're like, well, what the heck? Why? And the comment was, my children are moved out of the home. My youngest is about 22. And we're like, boy, if he knew, he'd be like, man, you guys have turned into the old people. But the reason I'm saying this is you can think of 1,000 pieces are different than 100 is different than 500, different than 100, and different than 50. I have no interest in doing a 50-piece puzzle. And I think quilting and our crafting and our sewing can be the same thing. I think sometimes we might want and have time for the 50-piece puzzle. Sometimes we're ready to spend on the 500, or you know what? We want to work on something over a little bit of time and we want the 1,000-piece puzzle. So I thought about this with this last example that we just had today by Leslie, talking about putting together this cute little, the tomato pumpkin as she was working on this and looking at it as a gift. I am just wondering how many people here have been inspired and have thought about a couple different projects you might do, either quick and short or potentially extended. So give me a 1 if you thought about short, a 2 if you thought, you know what, I think I'm ready for something a little bit different, or 3 if you're like, I'm going to go all in. Now, Bethany, I know you yourself have committed to this on 2 sides, and I think they're probably medium and large. And I know yesterday we talked about the Riley Blake kits. So you were there, right? You're going to be doing the table runner.
I'm already doing it.
Yeah, already doing. And you're going to be doing the larger quilt that everybody can participate. I see right here, we got a lot of 1s, some 2s, some 3s. So that's all. I'm just wanting you to think about this, because I'm like, how inspirational is it that we can choose? We can decide what is the season, where are we at in a month, and what time do we want to commit to this? And sometimes we might say we want more time to commit to it, right? And this is where I'm going to kind of shift gears just a little bit. That has to do with the things that we're looking at here. And I just want to talk about why I feel and why you've seen a lot of these creators and these quilters and these people doing these different projects using the light boards and using the tools, is because there's also a season and the time of the day that sometimes we find it's harder, more difficult. You probably have, and if I'm going to have you guys raise your stack, a lot of people still coming in. We've got Linda and everybody got 3s and 1s and 2s coming in. So thank you everybody for your comments. But I want you to think about this as well. One of the things that we're trying to transition for is you're going to hear, and we're going to show some inspirational things. Yeah, we are a business as well. So we want to help provide you with tools that solve some of the problems. And I just wanted to quickly talk about that, Bethany, because I know this morning you talked about one of the bundles, and there's 2 different ones in there that are very similar. So I just wanted to bring those up before we do the giveaway. And I wanted to talk again about this event that we still have going on today and tonight, because we have some Zoom and then we have some things going on tomorrow. So I just want to kind of wrap this up with those key things with everybody who's watching. But I wanted you to think about this right now in your space. I'm looking at Bethany in her beautiful studio. She does have a very loaded studio. And I don't know if you ended up talking about your skeleton machine last night. Did you end up talking about that?
You know what? I didn't. Do you want to see it?
Bring it out. I'll bring it out in just a minute, but bring it. I'm just using this as an example. Everybody here has a different space. Some of them are bigger, some of them are smaller. And I am going to ask this question too. We still have all these 1s, 2s, and 3s coming through. Yeah. Give me, how many spaces do you actually have? Because I hear that we take over 1 room and somebody moves out and we take over 2. And if you're quilters, you might even have a quilting machine or system, and it might be 3. And so I would also like to know, what do your spaces look like? And the reason I'm asking this, Bethany, is there's a time in the day when we might be feeling, heck, a lot of us here might be waking up at 4 or 5 in the morning, and we might be getting into it because we have a hard time sleeping. But what ends up happening is the seasons are changing. Right now, we're in Utah. We're on the downside where it's getting darker earlier. And at a certain point, true story, 2 nights ago, I was upstairs in my bedroom with my wife, and I was looking at my clock. She's now, what is the day? I'm looking at my watch, and it dims when it's nighttime. So it dims. And I didn't tap it to turn on. I'm like squinting. She has readers. I slipped them on. And I was like, whoa, that's so clear. It's the 16th. And again, coming back, light is so important, right? Yeah. And so a lot of what we do is to help people be able to do more of what you love through all hours of the day and making them easier. So let's quickly have you show your machine. I do want to talk about the bundles that we have on special today. I want to answer any questions anybody has. I want to talk about the Zoom that's coming up because we want you to get into that. If you haven't done that, talk about some registrations and then we'll do our giveaway. So share a little bit because that is crazy, by the way. What is that?
From Amazon. Like I got it a couple years ago. I hope you'll be able to hear it. It says a lot of things.
And then it's pretending to sew right now. That's the sound it's making.
Yeah. And you just tap it and it'll start saying more things. It's like something about like, I'll stitch you up or something. I don't know. It's got a few different little sewing themed sayings that are spooky. And it's just, I don't know, it's cute. But sometimes when you turn it off, it keeps talking. So it's a little creepy. But I just felt like we're going to talk about Christmas stuff, but we were also talking about Halloween stuff, but we're also talking about fall stuff. Yeah. And it's because that whole season right now. And one thing we haven't talked about today, Nathan, I don't know if you've gotten to see the whole day because I know you've got a lot going on too, but we haven't even really talked about these two kits yet.
Yeah, today, go ahead and hear about this.
We talked about them yesterday. Yep. And if you didn't know, we did a sew along over the summer. It was so much fun. And we did this beautiful Riley Blake kit and everybody that joined absolutely loved it.
Loved it.
And so the feedback was really positive. I love sewing with you all and sharing with you all. So I said, how can we bring this back into the season and make it work after this event? So we reached out to Riley Blake. They had we have several new kits, but they had 2 new kits. So we picked out these 2. These are brand new from them this season, brand new patterns, brand new fabrics. This is the table runner, and this is a smaller table runner than what we did in the summer. So it's going to go a lot faster. So don't be intimidated by that. It is beautiful fabrics. I showed them yesterday, and there's a video on our website so you can see an unboxing of those. And we'll talk more about them tomorrow. But this is going to start October 22nd. Eric has it scrolling across the bottom of the screen here. And I do have a special guest that's joining me for this sew along. His name is Corey Pearson. And if you tuned into our June virtual event, Corey is from Linda's and he taught some amazing quilting techniques. So he bought this from us and said, can I join your sew along? I said, absolutely. Because I know I would learn things from Corey too. So we're all going to get to learn from Corey and we're going to go through this whole project. It's a 3-part series. It's a Wednesday, it's a Friday, and then the following Wednesday. It starts on October 22nd. So get your kit now. I know we don't have very many of these left. Okay. We just have a few. Now, the other kit, this bigger one, this is the Tannenbaum Patch Christmas tree quilt. This one is a beautiful quilt that we're going to make, but all of these trees are applique. So this is actually going to take place in November. So we're going to do this one first and then this one in November. And this one is a little bit bigger. We're going to take our time and do it in like probably a 4-part series because I'm going to make a whole part on just the applique. I want you guys to really feel confident in doing applique. And guess what? Corey's going to join us for this one too. So we're going to get even more knowledge from Corey. So you're going to go have both myself and Corey teaching you how to walk through and make both of these successfully, just like we did over the summer. So I want to share that if you want to grab both of these, which I highly recommend because you'll end up with both of these done before December rolls around, which is amazing. But if you want to get both of these, if you put both in your cart, you automatically get a little bit of a discount. You don't need a code to do so. Okay. If you've already bought the table runner and you want to get the Christmas tree quilt, and I want you to be able to get that discount, but you've already bought this one, use the code Riley Blake at checkout and you'll get that same discount as if you had bought them at the same time. Okay. There's the code right there. So if you want this one, or if you've already bought this one, but you want to grab this one and get that same deal, then use the code Riley Blake at checkout to get the same discount. If you haven't bought either, put both in the cart. You don't need a code. You'll get the discount, the same discount. I just wanted to make sure that anyone who jumped on this early still got the same good deal that I'm sharing here with you guys today.
Yeah, so, that's fantastic. You know, I'll just be from the outside on this, Bethany. Everybody who's with us today, again, if you think about this, there's been a lot of time and there's nothing better to be part of a project and then have somebody there that can walk you through that. That's part of what today is. And that's part of what yesterday, it's part of what tomorrow is. And being part of that community, you can ask questions, you can find out what that is. What's really nice, that's a plus to this, is whether or not you can join them. We record because we capture those on YouTube. They get posted so you can still go through the same series of classes. So you'll have the 3 series class and the 4 series of classes. There's no cost to those. Normally you would have another $100 or $150. I just saw recently today on one of the sites, several different people. It was a $300 class, 2 days with a couple key pieces.
Mhm.
Well, these are 3 and 4 day sew-alongs that you're going to do. So there's an immense value that Bethany's putting into these. And again, there's limited quantities. It looks like you maybe have last time's project. What is that there?
So yeah, this is the one that we did over the summer. I have it folded up, but it's really big. I still have to finish it, finish quilting it, because they keep me so busy here at Caterpillar. Yeah, just kidding. But we did this one. I actually made it twice. That's why I haven't finished this one. But this is the one we did over the summer. There are just a few of these left, by the way, on our website. So you should go grab one of these if you want to watch the replay. If you really love this, just grab it. This is a Lori Holt pattern and fabric. It's absolutely stunning, called Bee in My Bonnet. We have a few of those left, and like Nathan said, the sew along from the summer for this one is still on our YouTube channel. It's its own playlist, so you can go watch it, all 3 parts, and just get all the tips. I mean, we broke it down so easy. Melody has joined me for that sew along, and she has never sewn anything like this before. She did it live with me, and she did it beautifully. And then we have our Facebook group, the Caterpillar Creations Hub. So as people were making their first block, as they were putting it together, as they were piecing it, quilting it, binding it, they were sharing pictures in our private Facebook group.
It was
You're
wonderful.
welcome to join, because if you have
really
questions, I answer them there. If you just need to show off your big win of doing your first quilt block, which for several people, this was their first quilt, which is very adventurous. And I love that.
Coming back to that, we had somebody personally that we know, Melody, who is not with us, who did the same thing and got bit by the quilting bug. Yes. And I know it was even recently. So she started doing this, and then she finished it, and then she got another one, and it was here about 3 weeks ago again. I just got another one I ended up doing on the weekend. And so she is in this as much because she got into it.
That's what's so great about these quilt kits is it takes the guesswork out of it. You get the pattern, you get all the fabric you need to make the whole top. You're going to get, like Nathan said, an entire in-depth tutorial to walk through a video tutorial with me. You can join live, you can watch it later, you can take it at your own pace. A lot of people join and watch live and take notes, and then they watch it later when they're ready to sit down and sew. So, I mean, we really break it down for you. It's as if we're sitting here in my sewing room together sewing, and I'm holding your hand. So whether this looks intimidating or not, don't let it be, because you're going to get everything you need to be successful with this. People are still posting pictures of their finished ones. And I've also loved how people have taken this, because it was so big, and made it into 2 smaller table runners or table runner and pillows. There's the options are endless. So we have
it was big. So again, we've got the smaller one that you selected as you looked at part of the unique piece. So take advantage. They are available. There are limited quantities. Not everybody will be able to participate in those with her. Bethany, I wanted to go back and let's kind of switch gears back to some of the things you talked about earlier as far as the products and the combos and the kits. I asked the question, where did somebody start with? And I was going to pull in a couple of these because I thought some of the answers are so true to life with us. Give me a minute here. I'm trying to think of, I asked, what is the space that you currently are using in your home? And here, where are we here? There's a couple here that I thought were really, really great. Oh, by the way, here's just another one. This was something that earlier about part of this. I bought this earlier today. Didn't know about it. So there we go.
And Jackie, I know Jackie. She's a friend of mine. She's actually going to be coming to my sewing retreat in October. But Jackie, send me an email and we'll figure that out for you.
Yeah, and then maybe you can answer this one too. So I do believe that is there a little bit of a discount already running on those right now, or is it just the combo when they buy them together?
It's just the combo, because we have such limited ones. So if you buy both, there's a discount.
Gotcha.
You have to put both in cart to get the discount. It's automatic. There's no code. The only time you need to use the code Riley Blake is if you already bought this one and you want to get this one for that discount. Okay.
And here's another one. Here's another one.
Will Eric sew with us? I don't know if Eric even has a sewing machine.
Maybe not. I'm just throwing that out there.
Hey,
just as a fun thing. Just as a fun thing.
Challenge accepted, because I turned Melody into a quilter, so I can probably convince Eric to be one too. I feel like he's got a little crafty side to him.
Yeah, he does. He does. So really quick, I wanted to look at something else here again. Finding this. Here's a couple comments. Love part of the trees, right?
If
Somebody
you
else
want to
grabbing the table runner.
All the fabrics that are
in mine yesterday, right?
Yeah. Yeah, the fabrics, if you want to see an up close of the fabrics that are in these, there is a video on our website for both of these, and you can see they're beautiful Riley Blake fabrics, like high quality, beautiful, new prints, new patterns. They just came out, and they are, by the way, we're not getting more of these kits. They sold out. We got the last ones that they had. Like Melody was calling them up going, please let us get some, because they said sold out on the website, and they gave us the last few that they had. So like I said, we don't have a lot.
Yeah. So now here's the deal. A lot of you might be in this situation. Here's one empty nester. This person, Tracy, has 2 rooms. And remember how I asked the question, what might you be? Where are you at? Here's a great one, craft studio and a quilt studio. Here's another one, started in 11 by 10 room and now rolling into the guest bedroom. This is probably the case. Now, the reason I bring this up is because what I want to say is it's time for you to finish outfitting your space also with some of the special discounts that we've talked about, Bethany. Today, you opened up with the classic bundle. Okay. Yep. In this classic bundle, so everybody knows, I did notice that there were a couple different light boards being used. These products come as a bundle. The light boards themselves, we've talked about this. We'll kind of reiterate this today. If you'll notice, there's the light board in this picture, and then the top, it does have that cutting surface. Those cutting surfaces are dual layered with sticky. So what's nice is they don't slide, or when you put fabric on them, everything is
they got a good grip.
Yeah, dual grip. It requires less effort, less pressure when you're working on them. Multiple versions of light that you can do. And again, this one is one that is plugged in. That comes with this Glow Classic. So this one also comes with the bag, and it also has the tempered glass mat. Now, one thing at the very end there with Leslie, she could have, if she had the tempered glass mat, you could move that right over to the tempered glass mat, right? And you could actually leave it on part of a surface and just tack as you're using a light board. A lot of people will use this Glow Classic, or they're going to use the Ultra. They'll stack the tempered glass mat on top of it. Then they'll put it all together and they'll press it together all in one place without having to move anything. So this is the special that she talked about. This is available. I just wanted to let everybody know. Put it in a cart. Use your coupons. And I'm going to talk about one other one. But just as a reminder, if you've signed up, you have already done this. Great. If not, go to cutterpillar.com, click on the front banner. What it's going to do is it's going to open up the page. Put your name and your email. Guess what? You're going to get a coupon for a little bit of a different discount than if you are not registered as part of the event. And once you've registered, we also have part of what we call the Handmade Collective, the Elite Experience. So this Elite Experience provides for a completely different way of viewing, not just during, but also after the event that we do. And so here in about 40 minutes, Bethany is going to be hopping on to a Zoom call. And on this Zoom call, Bethany is going to be talking and bringing in the guests from today. And maybe, Bethany, if you just share what the experience has been last time, just a short piece, I'll kind of bring up a couple other testimonials about what this experience has kind of meant to some people when they decided to join the Elite group.
Yeah. Yesterday was a lot of fun. I mean, we had our networking. I just hung out with our Elite members on Tuesday for a little networking hour just to get them warmed up and excited. And we played trivia. Yesterday, after the day 1 event, we jumped into the Zoom. Our teachers joined us. Eric was there too. And we had so much fun. I have fun little questions that everybody gets to answer in the chat, and I have the teachers answer. But then I turn it over to our Elite members. Like, this is your time to talk to our teachers one-on-one. If you had questions from what they shared today and they didn't get answered because we only had so much time with each of them during our live stream, this is a great opportunity to ask that. I asked questions like how they got started in sewing, or what's a technique they haven't tried before that they want to learn. Like, they're still learning too. Or what is their next project? We got some sneak peeks at some patterns that are coming out that they're doing, which was really cool to see those before anybody else, and nobody else has seen those. So they love sharing and connecting with you all. And we had the most fun yesterday, and we're going to do that again today. And I kind of also give stuff away in there too.
A couple extra giveaways. So there is a different group, a different piece.
It's
when
a
you're
small
there,
group. It's wonderful.
There you go. When you're there, it comes with several other things as part of this circle. We also expand and take and create transcripts. We edit down all the videos. Right now, the videos are free on YouTube. What we have found is that a lot of people, when they're done, they don't spend as much time going back because it's so long for them to try to filter through the tips and the tricks and the additional insights. So then we break that down so you can print off a PDF with the transcripts to read through and watch. We also build a little bit of a podcast around that too, which is fun to hear a different perspective of what was done. We also have a few different things. You get access to the Zoom experience that we're also doing. So there's a lot of different things that you get to do and be able to participate if you decide to take advantage of the Elite. Yesterday, we did have a couple questions I just want to briefly answer with this, Bethany, before we talk about the last product and do our giveaway here. Is they were talking about how do I get access? And a lot of people were signing up like now to go take advantage of it. If you go back and sign up, the first email that comes as a thank you does have the Zoom links in it. And then we also do additional updates. And so if you've already joined, you're going to be getting an update here probably in about 7 minutes that gives you a link back to that so that you can be at the forefront and make sure that it's easy for you to access amongst other things. So
And
in there,
speaking to those emails real quick, Nathan, is when we send you those automated emails, sometimes, unfortunately, they end up in junk and spam folder. So please check there if you don't see it in your inbox. But if you ever run into any issues, you're more than welcome to send an email to support@caterpillar.com, and we'll try to get back to you as quickly as we can with everything we have going on. But just know, like, I want you to, if you're looking for that email, that's if it's not in your inbox, it might be there. And I always like to let people know.
Thank you very much for bringing that up.
Yeah. I don't want you to miss the Zoom.
Yeah, we'll have a couple others, so joining us for part of what that is. The same thing tomorrow. We've got that. They're all recorded. You get instant access to all of that stuff as well. In addition, Bethany, the other thing that you talked about, let me go pull this up here really quick, was the really quick here is the premium bundle.
Yeah, Keisha came on and did a wonderful demonstration on the premium bundle and really defined the differences between the premium 2 and the classic, which we get asked all the time. And I saw another question in the chat a minute ago asking if the mini light board is battery operated. So I'm just going to say it again. Only the premium and premium 2 light boards, if it says premium, those are the only ones that can be used without the cord and are rechargeable. They're battery operated. Premium experience means premium, no cord. All of our other light boards, the mini, the classic, the ultra, they all still need to be plugged in to be able to use them, as Keisha demonstrated earlier. So if you missed that demonstration earlier, when we get done today, you can go back and watch that to get a better understanding of the differences between the boards. But if it's a premium board, whether it's the original premium or the premium 2, our newest version, they are battery operated. You're going to plug it in to charge it. It'll have a little red light, and then you'll plug it in and charge. It'll turn green when it's fully ready to go. It can last up to 4 hours on the highest, brightest light setting. So if you don't even use it at that bright setting, you can turn it down. It'll last even longer. So I don't have to charge mine too often because I only turn it on when I'm using it. But it is so nice to have one that is wireless, to be able to sit in the living room, as Keisha showed with diamond art. I'll sit in the living room, we'll be watching a movie, and I can sit there and do my diamond art in my lap right there with my premium light board. So again, go check it out. If there's all of the details are in the descriptions of our products too. But if you ever have questions, you can ask them here. You can ask them, send us an email to support@caterpillar.com if you have questions there as well. But we are giving away a classic bundle. And Nathan, I'd like to do that before I have to jump for this Zoom.
Yep.
I don't want to be late for my Zoom.
But let's do this. Let's do the giveaway. Let me just bring this up. So those who are here, please know that I'm going to hang around. We're going to help answer questions. We're going to share a few things. We'll bring up some products. We had several yesterday wanting to know about a couple different parts or pieces, or, hey, if I already have this, what might be something else? And so I'll help you do that as well and walk through this. I was just thinking about this comment here. My glow bar stays next to my sewing machine. Bethany, I think that you would find that this is the same thing. It probably happens because they're so convenient and so nice to use. There's never been a better time to get them and to follow along with the classes and the demos and everything else. So with that, we are giving away the classic bundle. Is that what you're stating right now? Which is, what does it include? And then we'll talk about that, and then we'll go ahead and draw the winners. And then we'll finish up with any other questions that we have still remaining for those who are with us.
So the classic bundle, let me grab all the bits and pieces real quick. It includes the classic light board that I demonstrated this morning. Includes that with the cutting mat, by the way. It includes the tempered glass mat that we've seen multiple times today. Multiple presenters used it today. Diana from Laser Cut Quilts, she used it a lot. It's wonderful. And to keep it all safe, you're going to get a tote for it to all fit into as well. So these 3 pieces come into the classic bundle. If you don't have any of our products, man, this is a great place to start. This is truly going to set you up for success for all the different crafts. And as Nathan was talking about earlier, he asked the question, like, what does your sewing space look like? Do you have 1 room, 2 rooms, a corner of a room? And everybody's space is different. And that's what I love about Caterpillar products is there's something for everyone, no matter what your space looks like.
Absolutely.
There is in my studio, by the way, this is a guest room that's never actually been a guest room. It's always been my filming studio. And so and here I have all my products off to the side, but I have a smaller table. So I just put on here what I need to use for these kind of things. In my main sewing room, it's bigger. I have a bigger island in the middle. I set my Ultra on there. I have a whole setup station. I, like someone else said, I have my light board between my machines. I have all of that too. And that's kind of like my set and play. And I could just walk in there and sit and sew at any point. In here, I'm kind of plugging and playing a little more, but it's just a different experience for everyone. Sometimes I even sit out on my back porch when it's a really nice fall day, like we've been having lately, and I'll take stuff out there and use it out there. So I just love that all of our products, not only do they work so well together, but there's something for everyone, no matter where you're at. Nathan, I don't know if you saw this message earlier today at the beginning of the day, but someone commented that they were watching from their RV in the mountains of Oregon while they were working on an embroidery project and tuning in. And I just thought, you could use this light board in your RV. I know RV lighting isn't the best, been there, done that. So like this would be another example of like maybe a mini would be great for her smaller space. So there's something for everyone. We just love our products. I know you guys do. A lot of you say you have all of them. So we're going to give away a classic bundle that I just showed you.
And then let's go ahead and do that. I'll stay around to answer questions. As an example, if you have questions like this, are you able to use the premium while it's being charged? Yes. There are going to be a lot of questions that come up. Bethany, I love that story in the RV. Melody talks about traveling with it, playing these work. You can plug them into the
we have
outlet
totes,
there as well.
Nathan. Keep it nice and safe.
Yeah.
Yeah, I take my stuff all over. So our winner today for actually, hold on, Nathan. I totally forgot. I have 2 other giveaways from Laser Cut.
Oh, that's right. We do have some laser cuts giving away. Okay. Sweet. Let's go ahead and work through these giveaways. Hang with us for just a couple of minutes. We're going to power rush through these. Going to have to leave. I'll hang out here and help answer any other questions. I just
pulled up the banners and I was like, oh no, I was so excited to bring you on. I just completely
That's good. Thank you. That was great. We're here. Let's go.
All right, so our winner for our classic bundle from Caterpillar is one of our registered or elite members that I pull from the pot, okay? And that is Sharon Tayton from Disney, Oklahoma. Disney, Oklahoma sounds fun. Happiest place on earth, I guess, in Oklahoma. Sharon, congratulations. Isn't that what Disney's supposed to be?
That is the case. Where do you want to go? I want to go to Disney, Oklahoma. There you go.
I wonder if they have Mickey ears there. Anyways, we'll reach out. We'll get your shipping information. We'll send you this classic bundle. So congratulations on winning our big bundle for the day. Yay, Sharon. Everybody, congrats to Sharon in the chat. Now, I do have 2 kits that I'm giving away for laser cut quilt kits. And Nathan, since you're sharing your computer screen, can you go to the laser cut quilt kits
landing page?
Yeah, that'd be great.
We can also, let me go pull that right up and then we can look at the,
because I want you to be able to see which kit you're winning.
Okay, here we go. Let me bring this up. Here is the laser cuts. Do you know which one it is?
I'm giving away the bumblebee and the elephant. Whichever one you want to click on first.
So we got the bumblebee first right here.
Yes, this is Hello Honey Sunshine. This is a newer, lighter version of their original Hello Honey design, and the winner for this kit is Karen from Brazil, Indiana. We're getting all sorts of cool names. All right, so congrats, Karen. We'll get you hooked up with your kit from Laser Cut Quilt Kits. And the winner for the elephant, this is called Holy Ganesha, and this is one of their most popular kits on their website. And the winner for this one is Kathy Gallagher from Mount Pleasant, Wisconsin. Congratulations, Kathy.
Congratulations.
By the way, have registered or signed up to be an elite member. That's how you get entered into these giveaways. So if you haven't registered, it's free to register. If you want to sign up for the elite experience like Nathan was talking about, you can do that as well. Both of those opportunities will give you entries into all of these amazing giveaways we've had so far. And we have so many more coming tomorrow, including 2 bundle giveaways that we're doing from Caterpillar tomorrow.
So really quick, Bethany, just as we kind of conclude this, if anybody wants to know where to find these or how, right now, if you go to caterpillar.com, up at the very top is a shop now option. So again, if we were to go to part of a homepage and we land on the homepage and we're trying to decide where to go, up top under shop now, there's a list and we have them. At the very bottom of the list is laser cut quilts. We also have the Riley Blake kits here. We have our new bows from Sew and Spill here. So here's a great way to kind of come in and look at that.
The Handmade Collective bundles at the top.
Handmade
Those are the
Collective
bundles
bundle.
I've been talking about that are exclusive to this event. Yep, there
So
they
these are the
are.
ones that we put together exclusive to your point, extra specials, discounts with coupons on top. So you're not going to want to miss out on this. Bethany, thank you so much. We appreciate this. Anything you'd like to share with the group before you kind of need to split and go prepare for the next big thing that's going on?
No, I mean, today's been a lot of fun. I know today was information overload. We learned some more advanced techniques today. I know you all were really amazed by the binding techniques, by the scrappy quilt. You guys love Di's sense of humor. She's a hoot and a half. We had so much fun with Leslie and her collage and getting to think outside the box and feel a little more creative and free-spirited in using scraps. So today's just been a really fun but very educational focused day. And so make sure you take some time to decompress, gather your thoughts, come hang out with me in the private Zoom with our elite members. And then tomorrow we're going to come back. I've got 3 more teachers. Okay. And another Zoom. We got more giveaways tomorrow. We're going out with a bang because this is our last Handmade Collective event of 2025.
Yeah. I will bring those up here, Bethany. I'll kind of walk everybody through what those are. We'll talk about those individuals that'll be here tomorrow. If you're going to ask them and say, hey, don't miss out on what last things today, what would you recommend? One is come back tomorrow. For sure, we've got a lot of great things going on. Join if you have not registered and you're watching this live because you found it on YouTube or Facebook, wherever. Come back and register because VIP registration is free. You get entered in for your chance to win. You get access to a few additional things, some additional discounts. So make sure to register for part of what that is. We're going to send you reminders and updates on what's going on. When we're done with this, we're going to resend out the links to the YouTube, so it's easier for you to find. We have an elite, so you might already be VIP. Don't miss out on signing up for elite to join the things that we have coming up here in a minute, and you get instant access. So if you decide you want to upgrade to elite, in fact, Eric, maybe if we can, I'll put that in the chat if we can. Go ahead, sign up. Let's have you join. Come join the Zooms. We're recording those, and we're doing a lot of other things. Anything else I'm missing out, Bethany, before I kind of
don't think so.
questions?
Go grab your kits. I'm hoping they'll all be gone tomorrow.
There you go.
If they even last that long. So go grab your kits. We have a lot planned for tomorrow, so get a good night's sleep. I'm saying that to myself because I didn't last night. I'm on my second Diet Coke of the day. So I'm getting my caffeine in. I'm going to go take a little break and then meet you guys over in the Zoom. And I can't wait to spend a little more time with my elite members. They're so fun. All right.
Wonderful. All right. Take care, Bethany. Thanks. Appreciate it. What I want to do with the group that's still here is I want to open this up to any other questions you might have. First, too, if there's any thoughts that you have about this event that you'd like to share, we'd love to hear those. But anything about the bundles, anything about the kits that we've talked about, anything that you might have that I can help answer, I'd love to answer questions for the next few minutes. I know some of you are going to hop over to the Elite. If you are going to, great, but I just want to make sure and see what we have. Here's a couple comments again. Thank you very much for Louise. Love my kit. I got that yesterday. Awesome. By the way, Louise is my granddaughter, my grandbaby's name, which is wonderful. Love the name. And let's go back through. Here's another one just saying thank you. Thank you, Jane. Here's another one coming back from Brenda just telling thanks very much. Okay, let's find out if there's any questions. If you have them, post them in here on the side. If you have questions for me, questions about products, questions about the event, questions about VIP / or Elite, let me know. I'm just trying to scroll through here because a lot of people, we've got a lot of wonderful comments coming through, making sure that I'm not missing anything. We just had a couple comments about those laser cut quilts. The bee is beautiful. Those are absolutely wonderful. If you've seen how they work again, they come already with the fusibles on those laser cuts. So they're very quick and easy to put together. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Let your questions, send me whatever you have and we'll wrap up here. Here's another one. Missed out on a lot. Here's just an interesting comment from Elizabeth. Missed a lot today and yesterday. Can I find or watch these? Yes, you can. Let me actually show you how easy it is to find these if you by chance are missing those. Okay, so as an example, let me bring back up my screen. This, I just went to youtube.com, and what you can do is you can type in the top cutter, and it's PILLAR. Now it is to the right of my screen, but if you just type in Caterpillar, what you'll notice is right here is where we have this. If you were to click on Caterpillar, the icon of the logo, what you can do is you can go into the live video here. So click on the lives. Let me zoom in on this. I'm sorry, it's really small. Let me get this bigger. You can zoom in on the live right here, and then you'll find the events that have just happened. So we've got the ones from yesterday. We've got today. So right now you can see day 1 is already up there from yesterday. So you can go here and watch. Day 2 is live right now. You can click here to watch this. We've got day 3 coming up. We're going to also be doing some recaps and some other things as well. So that's where you're going to want to go in order to watch and get access to the videos in the event you've not been able to watch them all. Here's another one. Do we sign up for the elite? Here's the question. Do we sign up for the elite for each Handmade collective event? The answer is yes. Each one is different. So June was a different process than what we have here for September. And each one has its own set of content, its own presenters, its own videos, its own transcripts, its own etc. In fact, if somebody missed last time and never did it, we are actually adding that to part of the packet as a small upsell to get all of June's experiences also bundled in if you want. So that's a great way for you to do this. Here's another question. Again, this was the Heidi asking this, is are you able to use the Glow Premium while it's plugged in charging? The answer to that is yes, you can. You can use it plugged in or not plugged in. Again, the Classic is required to be plugged in all the time. However, the Premium, you can use it while it's plugged in, and you can use it also when it's not using the battery on its own. Here's another question, and I'm not quite sure exactly. Can you iron on it? Let me be clear and talk about what you can and what you cannot iron on. So here's a picture that I have right now. This is of the Glow Classic, but the premium bundle. This is one of the things that Bethany talked about, this one and our Classic here. Inside of this, you end up with 3 things, and I just want to define. Obviously, the bag we're using for storing. When we look at this, we end up with the light board itself. So we end up with a light board that has a cutting mat. So those light boards have their surfaces here. And let me kind of show you, this is what the non-slip surfaces look like, the dual grip on the front and the back. And then I want to show you this. So this is the cutting mat that rests and sits on top of the light board. These items are not something that you would iron on. So the light board and the cutting mats themselves, you would say we do not iron on these. However, here's the weird caveat. If you decide to buy the tempered glass mat, which is this tempered glass mat that Bethany showed, you can put this on top of the light mat on the light boards, and you can iron on this. So the glass mat itself is an ironing surface. A lot of you use wool. Some of them have thick felt pads, etc. This itself, as a tempered glass, think about the stove top on your stoves. It can handle all sorts of heat, and it is not going to affect it at all. So a lot of people will take this and they will actually stack this on top of a light board. And when they stack this on the light board, they then use it and they iron on this together. So often they'll use the space on the right for the light for alignment, and then they'll move it over. Some people just use it on top of the light boards as well and leave it and then iron on top. Yesterday, we had a great demonstration done by, I think it was Leslie, and she talked about making sure, because we don't want to use steam when we're using glass because it doesn't absorb the moisture. And so we just use this more as a dry iron on top of those pieces. And again, that was a long ways around the fact is, can you iron on it? The answer is yes, you can iron on it, no problems whatsoever when it comes to the products that you're ironing on. And just here's another great one. This is wonderful. This is just a thanks, Louise, as well. Having Bethany as an instructor this summer, So Long was her first quilting one that she's made possible. So thank you. So this is just going back to the quilts that we're doing for the Riley Blake quilts with the So Long. So thank you, Louise, for sharing your insights. Bethany does a fantastic job, and so you will be successful, and it will help you with your confidence in doing so. Here's another question. I've just signed up for Elite. Can I get the Zoom link? The answer is yes. Check your email really quick, Denise, because on that email itself are the links that you can simply click on. So go check your email. If you signed up, it comes through. There's a link. When we're done, I will quickly go, Denise, look at the back end and try to send you another email, but you should have received an email from that login. Find that email coming from Caterpillar regarding the Elite. On there are the Zooms for days 1, 2, and 3. Go ahead and click on day 2. It'll take you right inside of there. So thank you very much for asking that. I'll come back and look at that here in a minute. Let's see if we got another one. Can you use the tempered glass on other light boxes? Yes, you can. The tempered glass is tempered glass, can be used on any of the surfaces you want. Recommendation, don't leave the iron just sitting and hanging out on there. Use your normal pad that you're going to move your iron to. Use that as your pressing surface. So again, don't use it as the holder for your iron, but you can put that over any other surface you want. Here's another one coming up with the Zoom. Can you tell me where the Zoom connection is? Yesterday it was on Caterpillar. Really quick, Michelle, check your emails. We just sent one out here probably about 10 minutes ago with the additional link. I will take your name, and Michelle, I'll be looking at sending you an additional email as well. But what we're doing is, if you've signed up, there is a landing page that exists for all the elite members where all of your extras are. You can go to that landing page as well. That landing page has these links. There should have been an additional email that came out here just a minute ago as well that you can check in your box. And so those are a couple of places that you can get access to your links. Again, we'll look at coming back and answering some of these as we finish up. Appreciate this. This is just thank you. This is exactly what I wanted to know on the glass. Thank you very much for that. Here we go. Another one, the Elite. Let's go check on that. We'll make sure that it's there. Again, if you're not quite sure, there has been an email where we gave you access to the Elite special landing page. We'll make sure you do have that. Here we go. Thank you very much, Marissa. Woo! Just purchased the Caterpillar Premium Bundle. You're going to love it. Love it, love it, love it. Here's another one. This is from Heidi. This was the first event I attended with Caterpillar. Wonderful and did not disappoint. I'm glad we didn't disappoint. I learned so many tips and tricks. Just so you know, we've got an entire another day, and this will continue for a little bit longer as well. So thank you very much. Okay, let's see here. Oh, here's another one. Nancy, I see Caterpillar listed on both the quilt show near me on this weekend. They will be able to run and put a bundle together. Those are slightly different. So what we end up having, if you get a bundle, just know that if it's over $98, it's free shipping. Somebody asked earlier, I'm right about $98. What else should I do? My recommendation is we have some of those little micro clamps, or a magnet kit is what I would add to your bundle to take you right up over that $98. But yes, they'll be at the show. They will have bundled prices. So you can take a look at that. These are slightly different bundles that we've made up for this event. So you might want to consider taking what we've got and taking a look at that. But yes, they will have some things for you there at the event as well. Here we go. Awesome. And just here's another person saying congrats to the purchase from Marissa. So thank you very much. Any other questions? Okay, Michelle, I'm going to take a look. If there aren't any other questions, hang out with me. For those that want to stick around, I'm going to look at making sure we can email a couple people here to get a couple other people into the Elite group, but we'll go ahead and do this. Be looking forward to the email, Michelle. I'm going to send a link with a couple pieces. It'll be coming from my personal email address just to speed things up for you, to make it easy. In fact, let me go do that right now just to make this easy. I'll go find your email, Michelle, and we'll kick this over to you with some links for you to join into so that you can have access to that when we're ready. Any other questions, let me know. Let's go. Again, if you bought last time in June Elite, that is different than what we had last time. We referred to it as VIP. This time it's a different experience, a different process, and this would be a different Elite version than what we did last time. So this is new in addition to what that is. With this, I want to thank everybody for what we've done. I'm going to go ahead and send a couple things and take care of them. Let me know. Enjoy your purchases. If you have something in your cart, finish checking out. Take advantage of your coupons. If you're registered, look at your registrations. We do have some unique coupons for you that you can continue to use. We are sending you emails with those same coupons in it. Know that they go through the end of the event, but you're not going to want to just wait till you're done, because we don't want to be missing out, especially if it's any of the limited things like the laser cuts or the Riley Blakes or the other kits. And then there's no reason to wait. We're at that point where it's time for you to finish bringing these into your home, into your spaces, into your studios, next to your sewing machines, helping you finish more of the projects that you love most. With that, thank you, everybody. It's been nice having you. We're on tomorrow. Join us again as we get started in the day at 10. We'll go through. We have a lot of other great things happening tomorrow. We're going to be talking about, let me do this really quick. I forgot to mention who else we have. We have tomorrow, we're going to be having Sandra Smith, who's going to be doing Easy Gold. Let me get these here. She's going to be doing easy fold over quilted bags. Brooklyn with Bitch and Stitches is going to be doing pixel quilts. And we also have Janet Oxley, who's going to be doing advanced template techniques. and some fussy cutting. So you're not going to want to miss on what we've got going on tomorrow. So join us tomorrow as well. Thanks, everybody. Appreciate it. Have a great evening and the rest of your day, and see you tomorrow.